Good morning.
Good morning,
Is it a good morning?
and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, is it a good morning?
Whoa! Didn't expect that.
Was it a good day yesterday? Well, you know, for Simona and me, we learned a few new words yesterday.
Bribery.
Bribery.
Stealing.
Stealing.
Yeah. And another one, very good one that I liked, balance.
Balance. So
I don't know if you can find balance in bribery and stealing.
Bribery, stealing, balance. And then we had a lot to talk about God Almighty yesterday. That was also new for me.
Yeah, we prayed a little.
Yes,
That's
we
a new
did.
thing for the conference.
Yeah, see what happened to the weather. So we thought it was a very good day yesterday. So many inputs, so many speeches, debates and all that. And of course also things were going on in the cinema hall that we could not take part in because we were here. And about the offshore and the coastal tourism. But now we're all here. And Simona, you have something prepared, as always.
I have one thing before we start about the session. I want to encourage you to use the app again, because you have all the information about the sessions that are going on today, and you still can network if you didn't do that yesterday. So use the opportunity. And you also can rate the sessions, you can leave the comments, you can ask questions to the panelists or to the speakers, and we will find a way where to ask the questions to them.
Yes.
So we start this session, which is called Maritime Innovations. That is a very exciting topic for me, since I'm very into innovations, you know, Tom.
You are?
So, maritime industry is the backbone of global trade and e-commerce, carrying over 90% of goods of all types across the world. And within the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, there has been even a more significant surge in e-commerce, leading to even higher demand for efficient and cost-effective marine services. Of course, there is another challenge that marine sector is facing, and they're focusing on reducing the environmental impact on the world. So in this case, innovations is just technology, it's unavoidable. So I can't wait to hear what our speakers can say about that today, but before we move on to the speakers, we still need to thank our dear, dear, dear organizers for doing this conference, for making it happen for us. So Klaipėda ID, the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Vilnius, and Klaipėda State Seaport Authority. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tom?
Yes.
You can introduce our first speaker of the day.
It's a great pleasure for me. You know, we have some Norwegian speakers, and some of them are dear friends of mine, actually. And the one we will have now, the first one, is one of those. Per Martin Tangor, he has been working in the shipping industry for many, many years, both in Norway and in Singapore. He studied in Singapore while he was there with his then wife. And then he worked for Wärtsilä in Singapore, and then he came home. And for 10 years, he has been working with Shipping, the big conference or the big fair I showed you some photos from yesterday, those of you who saw my presentation. And you know, I like to dive into people's CVs and LinkedIns and things like that to see
Secret
who
intelligence
is this
agent.
person, you know. And actually, Aymantas found out yesterday that the thing I told about him that he was so surprised about is something he wrote himself many, many years ago. But I think that the person you will see now on stage, he's a person full of life. Many of you saw him yesterday with his famous bow tie. He loves people. He loves to be among people. But then you can ask yourself, Per Martin, do you prefer alive people or dead people? Because for many years, this guy, and you know, to me, I can't understand how this could happen, but for many, many years, 9 years actually, he was in charge of a funeral agency. So ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you Per Martin Tangor, who can speak as well with the dead as the alive.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Hi. That was a fun introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a true honor to be here in Klaipėda at the Blue Economy Conference, and I have to compliment the organizers too. It's a fantastic conference here. So, yeah, in addition to funeral homes, I've also been a music teacher and plays guitar, so it's a lot of things to mention. I'm now a strategic advisor in Oceans, which is a company then helping other companies in the maritime sector to succeed. I will have a presentation about the Norwegian maritime ecosystem with focus on the maritime clusters. And yesterday, Tom, he already went through some of the framework, so I will skip some of the cluster theory basics in the presentation today. Ooh, there we are. Norway may be like a small country when it comes to population, but we do have a comprehensive maritime cluster. And in order to foster innovation and stay competitive in the maritime and ocean industry globally, knowledge-based maritime clusters are one of Norway's comparative advantages. If we look at the broader picture, the world is now expecting a growing population. In 2050, there will be approximately 2 billion more people on this planet, which means we need more food, we need more energy, and we need more minerals. And at the same time, as mentioned here before, it's important to take care of the environment we live in. The impacts of climate change and pollution are already evident for all to see. And the ocean offers new opportunities. It can provide huge business opportunities if carried out in a sustainable way. It provides food, it provides energy, and it provides minerals. And Norway, as an oil and gas nation, it's an industry which is really important for Norway, and we are in an energy transition where we need to phase out the fossil fuels. And in that, Norway needs to double the export by 2040 to compensate for the loss of oil and gas revenues. This slide, or this report, is not a new one, but OECD has estimated that 14 million jobs will be created globally in the ocean-related industries by 2030. And the total value creation of the ocean economy will double by 2030, based on 2010 numbers. So in the green energy transition, there is a growth potential in ocean economy. And in Norway, we have the Maritime 21 strategy. Norway seeks to be the world-leading maritime nation in 2030 by taking a leading position in the green maritime or the green transition. And in order to do so, Norway is strengthening the competitive maritime value chains and the clusters. We need to reduce emissions, and the global goals are clearly stated in the Paris Agreement, IMO, EU, and Norway is setting course for a net zero shipping to reduce emissions. The Norwegian Shipowner Association aims to order only zero-emission vessels by 2030 and become climate neutral by 2050. And there are two main drivers for the maritime industry and innovation to collaborate finding solutions in, and that decarbonization and its digitalization and the technology. And these tasks are extremely difficult for a single company to solve by their own. And in an industry where there are no first mover advantages, sharing knowledge and innovating in clusters makes the industry move faster and also help companies to share risk, resources, and cost. And research shows that companies that are part of a strong business cluster have both higher value creation and also a greater innovation power than companies that stand alone. Tom also mentioned this yesterday about Professor Torgeir Reve, which can be called the founder of Norwegian clusters. And one of the main conclusions was that Norway possesses 3 so-called global knowledge hubs, areas where we have a strong position and comparative advantages. Norway have one of the strongest ocean clusters in the world, based on maritime, energy, and seafood. And in order to stay competitive, Norway needs to strengthen and combine all these clusters into an ocean cluster. And Norway is actually also one of the few countries in the world with a complete maritime cluster, and ranked as number 4 as the largest shipping nations in the world based on fleet value. The leading maritime report from Menon was also mentioned by Tom yesterday, but I will say that there is one thing I would like to mention, and that is that we are not on the top 5 list, Norway and as the main companies or countries, but we are number 1 in green maritime technology. And that matches well with Norway's ambition and strategy. As mentioned, Norway have a complete maritime ecosystem, including comprehensive value chain and unique network of regional clusters. This includes ship designs, shipyards, equipment suppliers, ship owners, management companies, and technology developers, and service that enable customers and partners to optimize sea transport, making it greener, safer, and more specialized, and also cost efficient. In addition, it's important that the clusters must include universities, students, governments, and all aspects of the industry, including law, finance, insurance, and especially startups and investors, and so on. And here you find an overview of Norwegian maritime clusters and where they are located. In the Oslo area, which is on the east coast, the clusters there are more focused on maritime services like finance, law, insurance, and so on. In the south, we have drilling equipment, and in the Stavanger area, or the offshore western, many of the offshore companies are based. And Maritime Møre have clusters consisting of ship designers, shipyards, equipment companies, and ship owners, and so on. Having multiple companies in the same industry or competence in a limited area creates a job market for expertise and enables them to compete for talent. And that's something that will be discussed later today. Joint research and development project based on clusters' extensive experience creates more innovation. And clusters also lead to closer collaboration between businesses, academia, and public administration, while strengthening the companies in their international positioning. One example of a cluster is the Blue Maritime Cluster of Møre, which is one of the most complete maritime clusters in the world, and Norway's largest industrial cluster with 200 member companies. And this cluster alone employs over 14,000 people and has a revenue of more than 58 billion Norwegian kroners. This is about then 5 billion euros. And close collaboration is a significant reason why companies in these clusters thrive. And their goal is to be the world's first net zero maritime cluster. And then we're coming to clusters and ecosystem, the next step. Because in order to increase innovation even further, there is a Norwegian pilot project where several clusters are looking to collaborate in order to speed up energy transition, share knowledge, and increase business and export. They are looking into starting an ocean supercluster. Canada already have this, and we are looking to build one. And sorry, this slide is in Norwegian, so it might be difficult for some of you to understand, but this is quite new. So this came just a couple of weeks ago. But the new supercluster will include more than 700 companies and institutions. And the thought behind this is to use the knowledge and experience from oil and gas sector and use this knowledge into new sustainable sectors, such as carbon capture, plug and abandon oil wells, and offshore wind projects. So based on research from Menon and all the clusters in Norway, some key success factors behind the maritime clusters in Norway is proximity to one of the largest and most advanced petroleum markets. It might be difficult other places, but it's really important in Norway. It's the cluster-based innovation, and there are the end users, like shipping companies and oil companies, are crucial to have in supplier innovations. Experiential skills in combination with research-based knowledge is really important. And also, what I think is maybe most important is the informal and trust-based relationships. This was discussed yesterday. The key element of collaboration is trust. And I think that's a part of the DNA in the Norwegian business culture. On the west coast in Norway, they have a saying in the clusters that we collaborate when we can and we compete when we have to. And I think that's a really good saying. To sum up, the development of a sustainable ocean business, both commercially and environmentally, can satisfy demand, safeguard our world, and deliver profit. In order to find the right way forward, we need collaboration then between politicians and the industry, new technology and the experienced players, men and women, young and old, startups and established companies. By enabling, inspiring, and learning from each other, we can combine individual strengths to build collective, prosperous, and a sustainable ocean future. So let me end the presentation with this statement. This comes also from Menon, based on the cluster strategy. And it says, it's not the products and the technologies that constitute the competitiveness in the Norwegian maritime clusters, but the capability to continuously create something new and better through collaboration in the ecosystem. And that, I think, is the main value. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Per Martin. Tom, I think we can add another word to the words that we learned yesterday, stealing bribery, trust, about the collaboration. That was a very important and a very good point. And moving on, well, shipbuilding for me always was like rocket science a little. And our next speaker always knew that ship design, it is the right career path for him. So let me introduce you to Justas Kavaliauskas, who is a design engineer from Western Baltic Engineering. And please welcome Justas. And he will give a brief intro into sustainable ships from designing perspective. The floor is yours.
So many lights. Hello, everybody. So I'm Justas, and I will try to explain a bit more, like in simple words, that ship design is not so a big rocket science, let's say. So today, basically, I will try to represent our company, which is called Western Baltic Engineering, and to show how we see the ship design and the path into the future of designing the products. We are like from a big international shipyard company with more than 100 employees in the office. We are mostly working in new build projects, but supporting the yards for retrofit installation and new equipment installation or steel construction modification of existing vessels. It's quite a big part of our daily lives. Yeah, and we are doing that already 20 years. Well, to break down what we are doing, for retrofit projects, we are digitalizing the existing vessels to be capable for engineers to work on computers. So we are transferring the real stuff into the digital area. We are working on, of course, for the conceptual design, for new builds, for detail design engineering, and mostly we are concentrating on ships like fishing vessels, cargo, special purpose ships, inland water crafts, and so on. Of course, having such a big team, the management part is quite a regular routine as well in our office. And if it's necessary, we are always ready to provide on-site technical support for our customers. Also today I would like to present some most recent design projects which we done. So first of all would be a green cargo vessel, which is supposed to be as green as it can be by installing a lot of, let's say, high efficiency equipment inside of the hull and outside of it. One of my favorite things is not very common used gate rudder. So this is quite relatively new stuff for the ship. So this is the device which is helping of course, to steer the vessel, to handle it, and reduce the environment impact by reducing vibrations and noise, and those kind of stuff also comes into reducing the power requirement. So we are reducing the emissions as well by implementing only one of the essential equipment for the ship steering. But probably the most interesting part for this vessel is the modular power plant, which is basically a containerized solution for, let's say, diesel generator, or it can be replaced immediately by just like plug and play and change that container to container packed with full of batteries or hydrogen fuel cells and similar like that. Yeah. Another project where we developed is electrical pusher boat. It's perfectly suited for inland waters due to its very low draft, also quite long range with the capacity by pushing or towing approximately 2,000 tons. So our estimations is approximately 5.6 thousand tons of CO2 annually. That means like replacing about 10,000 normal road-going trucks. Okay, just come back, and one of the standout feature of this pusher is height adjustable wheelhouse. Very good if you have very low bridges. So, yeah. Another electrical project, vision, based basically for our Klaipėda port infrastructure, but it's highly adaptable for any customer needs. So it's a full electrical passenger ferry carrying up to 300 people with quite long battery service life. So the ferry could be recharged during the low peak power of the electrical power grid. So, yeah. So I would like to break down our internal processes, services, what we are doing for improvement of the design itself. So when it comes to ship itself, it's have to start from somewhere. It starts from the hull shape. This is very important stuff. Always comes from the client's main performance figures. So with the computer softwares, we create initial shape, then run through the simulation, going back and trying to find the best solution for the held, let's say, milestones or performance figures which we try to achieve. So, and in conclusion, if you put a lot of effort and create a really good ship hull, it could save up to 10% of fuel efficient, and it will reduce the costs of the ship lifespan. Yeah. That's a picture what we are doing, like in office. So this is the picture in action what the engineer sees. So basically, after the hull shape is created with one software, then it transfers to another for simulating, for trying to figure out what the performance figures gives this hull. And we are performing the resistance tests, seakeeping analysis, or other motion response figures what we want to try to find out. And all of that is done by using CFD. And another example by using CFD and improving of ship hull efficiency could be designing some appendices of the hull. In this specific case, it is a duct which is helping to equalize the flow into propeller. So this not only gives the better performance, lower consumptions, and reduced emissions, but also it gives better impact to the environment regarding the vibrations and noise. And one of the last things when it comes to the improving the hull or working with it, it's the analyzing the best suited trim angles with the various loading conditions at various speeds. So by having these guidelines, it's very, let's say, good cost-efficient solution for the clients to be more efficient in their daily life operations. Yeah, and talking about the sustainability, we always, at the moment, focusing mostly on decarbonization of ship power plants. We follow the technological development, all rules, legislations, and so on, basically all the key features which can affect our future ship design. which is very important for us to be competent in things what we are doing and researching and developing. Talking about research and development, one of our colleagues made a really interesting study where we took statistical data from all over the world for the tugs. Actually, the engine loads for tug operations, and he took an existing tugboat operating in Klaipėda port, which has a diesel engine, and that the existing one has the actual data, which is, you know, we have later, it's over here. And that shows that basically most of the time, 90%, almost 90% of the time, the tugs are working like in very low engine load conditions. And having this, we modeled approximate emissions, and we did a comparison test for the same tugboat with the same conditions, but changing the, let's say, more environmentally friendly engine for, we swapped like diesel engine to the dual fuel, and this gives 10% of CO2 reduction. Sulfur reduction it's quite significant, 90%, and nitrogen oxides reduced by 65. And talking about the nitrogen, this is probably the most interesting stuff from this study. What we found out that basically the existing tug engines, or in this particular case, this Caterpillar, it's under the Tier 2 and it's certified as Tier 2 engine. But reality shows that it's polluting more because the regulation, this ISO 8178, gives the testing procedures such as more suitable for regular vessels, which are having, like, let's say, steady nominal engine speed. But as the study showed, that the tugs are working not in that range, working in very low engine power consumption, and this gives 25% more than its stated or its allowable emissions for nitrogen oxide. Yeah, so having this in mind, we are aware that in the future it might be some changes for vessels operating in the ports. So basically that was what I wanted to say today. And if still some ship design looks like rocket science, if you have questions, please ask. No. Thank you.
Thank you, Justas, for such an informative presentation. But for those who are still rocket science, grab him during the coffee break and make him to explain everything to you. So right now we're moving to our second speaker, Gediminas Tamošaitis. Gediminas is a visionary and entrepreneur thrilled about helping startups and spin-offs in deep tech industries who are striving for impactful solutions. He is an investor, inventor, and teacher of synergies and cooperation. Today, he is working on global goal and uniting world-leading innovators, engineering enthusiasts, and the best professionals known to a human who are striving to develop negative emission technologies. Gediminas Tamošaitis is a co-founder of Sirputis, and Sirputis is a Norwegian capital company established in 2019, which specializes in sustainable seaweed cultivating and processing solutions to improve seaweed harvesting and cultivating processes all around the world. So please, Gediminas, he will give us a presentation on engineering-driven solutions for thriving seaweed industry.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for giving me stage. So my name is Gediminas Tamošaitis. Somebody gave me a nickname Jedi, like from Star Wars. I don't know why, but probably in this presentation you can see what we're doing. And pleasure to meet you all here, and big applause for organizers making this event and inviting potential collaborators, partners here in Klaipėda. So shortly about myself, in the KPIs, let's say, or things I'm doing, so visionary in tech space. Today finishing executive MBA course at ESM University. My highest credentials, everybody should go who are doing business to learn more. And 20 years in engineering and business development, board member of Lithuanian Business Angel Network, where we assembling investors and investing in different startups, especially in deep tech, where I like to do so. And the co-founder, CEO Metal Production, and Sirputis is spin-off, recognized by Norwegian company Valinor, who made a major investment, and we are developing seaweed equipment. So Metal Production is industrial engineering provider for various steel, plastic, composites with capability to full range of mechanization and automation, and in partnership Sirputis with the main focus in seaweed. With a vision to create a world where seaweed cultivation and processing is sustainable, efficient and profitable for farmers everywhere, especially in Norway. So we want to help farmers in Norway to succeed. We have to develop solution for, we've been developing solution for seaweed since 2016. Today our equipment is used nearly all seaweed farmers. Well, we are active in R&D projects. Currently, we are involved in 3 of them. Little greenish status are showing approximate progress. Smart of Dive project is foreign direct investment project, mainly about seeding, cultivation, and harvesting hardware solution. Eurostars is land-based seaweed ulva species cultivation and harvesting while utilizing recirculating aquaculture systems. And Horizon Project CMARC, our role is development of deployment system and optimization of ulva species seaweed cultivation and harvesting in raceway systems. So imagine recruit water, oceans, and pollutants such as CO2, nitrates, and phosphates to create alternative source of a new type of food. Isn't it a sustainable legacy? And here you show how much of things we have to solve to make it happen and how much involvement we need in each step in the value chain. It's tremendous and big experience needed to make all steps working smoothly. I will mainly be talking about the mechanization solution that we developed to tackle the bottlenecks, starting from the seeding. Spooling was previously done by jerry-rigged methods. From now on, there is a dedicated turnkey device. Does exactly what the name suggests, inserts the plastic pipe and adjust the winding pitch to the rope of diameter. Vectorizing has been used for some years. Now it is new to us. We took it some steps further by mitigating excess contact area between machinery and seedlings. Less damaged seeding means greater yield. In addition, limiting the centrifugal forces, we ensure that seedlings won't fly off. Spool racks with the customized dimensions, a stable and compact transportation method. Its main point in the possibility of safely storing seeds underwater when it prohibited to deploy. So here you see video. This is capacity up to 900 to 1,000 meters an hour and ensure safety for seeding. This is seeding process. And you see it's done in Sweden, this one, video filmed. And we have plenty of water in the sea, so why not use harvesting, for the water for harvesting, for cutting. It is performed by high pressure water jet, and because of there is no risk of any metal shaving or loose parts that could get in product. As well, injury possibly is mitigated as it has no moving parts and it's operated via remote controller. At the same time, we wanted to have rope cleaning function, so to say, remove residual stems and hold fast. Worth nothing that cleaning success can vary on species. Alaria seaweed species can be much more stuck than Saccharina, so it's different challenges. And currently, for Saccharina latissima, sugar kelp species, capacity is roughly 1.2 kilometers of this yield seen in the picture. But we plan to increase the capacity. So you see the process on the ship. So far it's one line, but in the future it comes more. And possibly we'll need a ship design soon. Yeah, but it's still more R&D need to be done. Yeah, so moving on the processing of fresh cut, which is core business of Sirputis. One of the problems we tackle is species like Saccharina or Ascophyllum clump together very well when compressed, meaning you get a ball of seaweed, as in the first picture you can see. For this reason, separation prior to further processing is required. We developed the seaweed separator to even out the flow to the conveyor. Second picture shows example of fraction cut with a large capacity cutter. Different fractures are possible, but 10 millimeters by 50 to 100 millimeters is quite standard. Together with partners, develop seaweed specific blanching iodine reduction system. When inquiring specific equipment, it is important to consider how we will feed and collect the product. Conveyors are usually forgotten, but in reality, it's the most common piece of the equipment in production line, as you see in the video. We supply several different types of them. For example, buffering and lifting conveyors for fresh and processed seaweed, capability of chilling and rotatable gutter add-on. Also sorting and weighing conveyors. There's quite a big difference between fresh processed seaweed, as a fresh does not stick nearly as much as blanched. This is an issue as seaweed doesn't drop from the belt. We do supply plate and continuous contract freezers, which is probably the most economical option. So dried seaweed has a spectrum on its own challenges. As example, dried in boxes or trays, it tends to stick together. When stick together, it doesn't pass through the throat of the grinder, which results again in manual operations. This is solved in second picture of Ascophyllum processing line with the type of pre-grinder we developed. Carry on from the beginning. In the second picture, you can see from A to Z. Automatic removal of dried seaweed from specialized trays, continuous pre-grinder, and then the fine grinder. Aspiration and dust collection, automatic big filling and weighing. It's all nice, but must meet seafood grade hygiene, which means that welds are done through entire perimeter using TIG rather than MIG welding process. All large surfaces must be declining to allow water dripping and drying for the smooth washing. Easy cleaning means minimal contact are between two components and maximum accessibility for cleaning tools and inspection. In contact with the product, we usually stick to IC316 stainless steel grade due to salt content when not in contact with IC304. Another topic on the agenda is direct seeding, specific ropes. We supply well-tested synthetic rope with the optimal absorption characteristics to its weight. We are producing it in Lithuania, from where it can be shipped pre-washed or filament oils. Recently, we used Kuralon fibers, incorporated small fraction of it in outside layers regular rope for best ratio of economy and performance. We just finished R&D with SINTEF, Norway University. We bought a research and development project, and it's still in TRL 3 level, as it is not direct focus area of Sirputis. We are looking for partners to collaborate further to develop up to commercial scale. Sirputis binder seems to have a strong binding capacity in the first 2 weeks than conventional and no binder. So let's speak a bit of challenges. Lack of standardized farming and pre-processing methods. Lack of standardization again creates the many ways different process that itself need custom-made equipment. And I don't see better place to make custom-made equipment than in Lithuania. If we collaborate with Norway, we get great results in fast delivery time. In agriculture, if you want to scale, it's norm to apply for EU funds, projects, and receive grants, like 50%. Why it should be any different for seaweed farmers, for sea farmers? I think this needs to be addressed to politics. Some of our customers, Polar Algae, Pure Sea, Kelpinor, Ocean Food, North Sea Farmers, Arctic Seaweed, Azores, Ocean Rainforest, Seaweed Solutions. Thanks for them. We are, as a company, working for their best. So thank you very much for your time, and it was a pleasure being here on stage and presenting you novel things what we're doing. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed.
Thank you so much, Gediminas. I think you forgot your name tag. You don't really need one because now everybody knows who you are. But, you know, Gediminas, we talked about rocket science before. And, rocket science is probably a very advanced science. I understand that. But I have to say, this guy, he's really amazing. And he has a cluster that you didn't mention, or we didn't mention, the rocket cluster. Yes. So he has some rocket things going on as well. Gediminas, you're awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now it's a great pleasure for me to introduce to you a guy, a man I have known for so long and been having so much fun with, laughed so much with and of, I have to say, that introducing him now, I really want to read what he has sent us as his own introduction, because it's quite amazing. You know, he's called Lawrence Hennessy, which seems a bit royal or cognac or whatever. We just call him Larry. And he's a typical Larry, I have to say. But he's so much more than a typical Larry, whatever typical Larry means. So I would like to say that Dr. Lawrence Hennessy is a senior researcher at the Blekinge Institute of Technology. So he lives in Sweden. There's a reason for that. That has to do with family and children and so on. But Sweden is very happy to have him, or very fortunate to have him. So Blekinge Institute of Technology since 2000, so 23 years. You can ask him how his Swedish is doing, and it's not too bad. Specializes in applying distributed artificial intelligence. So this is an AI guy, okay? We talk about rocket science. This is artificial intelligence for improved logistics, system performance, focusing on container ports and terminals. So he's an AI guy focusing on ports and terminals. His work has resulted, and this is when I got to be baffled, Larry, because I never thought of you as this kind of person. He has written more than 120 articles and 2 books. Books, I never thought of you as a writer of books. As a principal investigator, he led 15 international research projects, including Connect to Small Ports and Digitech 2030. Digitech 2030 had its opening now in Klaipėda this weekend, or before the weekend. It's an EU Interreg Baltic Sea region or South Baltic region projects. With 32 years of industrial experience, he has worked with prominent companies such as Mercura, Evergreen, and DP World. He lived in Dubai for 4 years. DP World is a Dubai company owning ports, Dubai Ports World. Dr. Hennessy, we never call him doctor, but it's always good to have a doctor around if something happens, Dr. Hennessy has lectured at various US and European universities with a diverse background, having lived in the USA, of course, he's a native American from Virginia, Belgium, Germany, Greece. You will see he's a bit Greek, he has Greek ancestry. So he's very Greek. Sweden, where he lives now, and Dubai. When I think about you in Dubai, that you survived 4 years in Dubai without anything going wrong, is incredible. Currently associated with FluidAI.com, his expertise lies at the intersection of technology, application, AI, artificial intelligence, and logistics systems optimization. So, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you Dr. Lawrence Hennessy, aka Larry.
Thank you, Tom, or tusen tack. I have to say, yeah, these lights are bright. Wow. We talked a little bit about, funny enough, about rocket science. And the funny thing is, I grew up near to Langley Research and Development, not even a mile and a half away. And if you know about Langley Research and Development, that's where NASA does did its research on space exploration, the Apollo missions back in the 60s. And so a lot of rocket scientists living in my neighborhood. Unfortunately, I didn't go into space. I decided to go into shipping. So I'm going to share with you within a short period of time, about 10-15 minutes, about digitalization ports and terminals, where we are. And hopefully this will be a catalyst for some of you to think about some of the opportunities, because there are quite a lot of opportunities that are available, because we have so many challenges in this very, very complex and I want to say volatile industry. So let me go ahead and see if this works. Okay, so this is going to be fun. This is a PowerPoint presentation I gave many years ago when I first started my PhD. And the idea was that, yes, we're going to have the internet. I think this was in 2002. So I presented this slide and at a terminal operator conference. And today we're still not able to communicate, to integrate. And this is almost 21 years later. There are, of course, a lot of reasons for this, namely standards, protocols. Like, for example, right now I'm speaking English to you so we can communicate. Also, we have some rules, like, for example, I'm speaking, you listen, and then when there's a Q&A, you'll ask questions, and I'll try to answer. But unfortunately, as I point out, we still haven't gotten to that holy grail of integration. So I'll go on to the agenda here, just basically an update of the current challenges. Digital transformation, there's a whole basket of abbreviations such as IoT, which is Internet of Things, AI, artificial intelligence. I'll touch upon blockchain a little bit. A couple of case stories in studies and success stories. I've worked on many, many projects over the last 32 years. In fact, I was just looking at my calendar. Tomorrow will be October 12th. This is when I first started my work in the industry, working for Evergreen in 1992. So it'll be, unbelievable, long year, a long time working in this business. Some of the challenges I'll share with you, and then of course we will get to future trends and a conclusion. So coming back to the introduction here is just I want to share with you some stats, and that this is a very large industry. We talk about blue economy. This is the largest economy globally. We do see a lot of opportunities, growth, even though we had some setbacks over the last couple of years with COVID and the wars being fought globally. But this is still leading to, there's still a demand for cargo. Even here in the Baltic Sea region, there's still opportunities. There is growth taking place. And these statistics, by the way, I have obtained from various consultancy reports, namely from Drury, UNCTAD, and also from World Bank. And in the bottom, you see my references. These are, as Tom was mentioning, I do publish, do research, so I do have references as well that you can obtain. So coming to the next slide here is digitalization. Is it a new technology? No, it's not. What I find is that we first have to think about digitizing the information, the data. Because even today, there are ports and terminals, even here, where a lot of the processes are being conducted manually, where you're writing down a truck number, writing down the license number, writing down this information on paper, and then this is then inputted. So this task of digitizing could be done, of course, a lot quicker. And then once we have that data in a digital format, what this enables, of course, is now we can do some planning, forecasting. Then comes, as more and more of everyone has been seeing in the press about ChatGPT and machine learning, now we can use advanced algorithms to do planning, forecasting, prediction, scheduling, and a lot of other fun things that can help in optimizing and locating efficiencies. So in the digital transformation of ports, what I see is that more and more ports, and as mentioned earlier, I've worked in some big ports. One of the biggest is over in Dubai, where literally 17.5 million containers are being handled yearly. So obviously we have to find ways, and not just the big ports. That's why I'm also working in a project called Digitech Ports 2030, where we'll be focusing on tailoring some of these solutions that have been working in the big terminals, how we can use that in smaller, medium-sized ports and terminals in the Baltic. So the theme here is how to tailor some of these digitalization tools, these technologies, such as IoT, AI, blockchain, to find efficiencies. So with IoT, of course, this is for the tracking and tracing and predicting equipment maintenance solutions. And a little bit of history for everyone is that when I was a student studying in the U.S. Around 1990, we had the Gulf War with Iraq. And what we learned from that lesson was that the U.S. military, over 25% of the cargo was lost. And some of it was just not correct. For example, why the United States sent a snowplower with 5 tons of salt to Kuwait. So obviously there were mistakes made and a lot of lessons learned. And one of the ideas behind that war was the introduction of TAV. TAV was total asset visibility. So we were working with the U.S. military and, of course, with some defense organizations and at my university as well, is that having basically transmitters, big boxes that were costing $30, $35 a piece, and being able to communicate to satellites that were only allocated to the defense industry or to the military. Obviously, this is very expensive, and no one can pay for such a solution unless you're a defense organization like the U.S. military. So today, with Internet of Things, the other day, I was looking for my wallet, and fortunately, I have an AirTag. Are you all familiar with the AirTags today? Great solution from Apple. You just put it in your pocket, put it in your purse, put it in your wallet in my case, and now you can track and locate your device or your material. So what I'm trying to get across is that the cost, the technologies have come down so low in pricing, so it's now available as a commercial solution. AI. Yes, I've been working with AI since 2000. Today, it's used very, very liberally. I mean, everything that you see is AI. Actually, you need to start questioning what is AI, because there's actually, you'll see it in a couple of slides later, there's many technologies associated with artificial intelligence, and I'll discuss that a bit. Blockchain, this is, obviously many of you have heard about blockchain. Some of you have had some skepticism. As mentioned earlier, I'm working with a company, a startup. I'm the head of data science on a platform where we are predicting pricing for cryptocurrency, and obviously with cryptocurrency that's based upon blockchain. Also, we've used blockchain for simple documentation, smart contracts. So this is some opportunities here. And then automation. I will share with you some of my, well, one case I worked on where we developed, believe it or not, over 20 years ago, a autonomous guided vehicle for moving containers in a terminal. So I'm going to ask the technician here to play the bottom right video for me. So basically what I want to share with you in this video in the bottom right is just to show some of the opportunities in using digitalization. Reasons, for example, is accessing data, of course, getting a real-time situation. This is actually focusing more and more with what we call digital twin, where we can, get a simulated view of in this case, a port terminal, so that for you that are managers, directors, you can make intelligent decisions based upon the visualization and, of course, the data. When you're looking at the visualization, that's one piece, but when you're seeing the data, for example, moves per hour, energy consumed, or perhaps you may see a congestion taking place in one area of the port. As a decision maker, as a manager, you can then execute a change. You can perhaps start doing some managing. So this is really interesting when it comes to digital twin and using, of course, technology from IoT, communication sensors, technologies such as 5G networks and so forth. So AI in port management, and I like this this topography. This is old school from 1998. This is from two professors out in Stanford, and they're quite famous in the area of AI. So in looking at AI, you have many types. You have the most common one today is the machine learning, namely because everyone, you have iPhones, right? And you're now syncing to the cloud. Remember that, the cloud. And this, what this means is that now with all this data available, we can look at, for example, what was handled years ago or yesterday, weather, temperature, the price of gold, currency exchange rates, and on and on and on, all that data. So now with this data being stored in servers, next comes the opportunity in using various algorithms in where we can try to identify patterns, correlations, where we can train our solution to then identify a sweet spot, a goal or an objective. In my area, I've worked in the center, which is multi-agents, where you have basically objects that are acting, behaving like humans. And I had the conversation, I think, the other day about what is a rational human, because there's a lot of concern from the public about AI, and that AI will overtake humans. And I believe in this one, I want to say, camp of decision makers, is that artificial intelligence will not take over humans for two reasons. And that is basically because we are so irrational, our behavior. So that's number one. And number two, we are the ones that have designed the AI to begin with. So this is, I think, for some of you, this should be comforting to know that AI will not take over or replace humanity. If anything, I believe that using as a technology, as a tool, AI can help you. It can help you with decision making, support you as an assistant. So here I'm presenting you from the automation, the AGVs over here in the top left, or excuse me, where I'm looking top right, you see AGVs autonomously working. I'm actually in that picture over there. I'm blocking the view with my jacket. But the idea was that the AGVs would communicate and then without any direct or centralized control, navigating, processing, going from the vessel to the yard to drop containers off. And as you see here with simulation, this helps with microsimulation, actually. This helps to identify where we could optimize the layouts, understand how many AGVs we need per crane. So I think, for some people, this is rather interesting when it comes to trying to optimize, organize. Also from the computing power, this is a simulation from 15 years ago. So, today with the power of game engines, this is amazing in that, watching some of these games, they're so real-like, lifelike. Perhaps we can use some of that technology in planning, organizing operations, such as in a port terminal domain. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so coming back to what I showed you earlier with automation, a little bit of AI. Now, I know for some of you that are working the bulk terminals, you often feel alone, that you're never addressed to. It's always the container terminals that get all the attention. But I'm just going to focus right here in that only 40 terminals. 40 terminals. For example, here in Klaipėda, you have 2 terminals in this port. So only 40 terminals globally out of 2,000 plus are using some bits of automation. So there's a lot of opportunities in introducing some elements of AI and automation. For the break bulk, also there are some opportunities in as well introducing elements of AI, automation, digitalization. And of course, I like to say, everyone, I don't like the idea of going around with a tool, like for example, a hammer, and then trying to find solutions and then trying to hammer them and hopefully they work. I'd rather take the approach where you come to a problem, understand it, design it, and then have a solution that's been tailored to that problem. So coming to automation, what I want to share with you is that there are different levels of automation and AI that can be applied. And this is where I said to you earlier, it's very important to break down, and this is what an engineer does, is that when you look at a problem, you try to break it down to its core fundamentals. So here I'm looking at the water side operations from the terminal to the vessel, the horizontal transport, the storage. So when cargo is brought into the terminal, how it's handled. Rail operations. So for example, in Klaipėda, you have some significant rail operations that are unique to that area. And then of course processing. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of processes are still handled manually. Even here in Klaipėda, there's opportunity for improvement by introducing some automated or robotic processes. So some applications where we can use AI, for example, is predicting when a vessel arrives here in Klaipėda, how it's going to impact perhaps the traffic, right, everyone? Perhaps there's sometimes a lot of traffic in the city, the planning on the berth, also the yard allocation for the containers, resource planning, for example, the dock workers, the staff, also looking at performance during a peak time. And then also the unproductive moves, trying to understand where you have moves taking place, how we can reduce that. Going into the yard, how we can predict the dwell time of a cargo, containers, the impact as well, yard allocations. Also the moves between stacks in the yard, resource planning again is being considered, performance at peak. Getting onto the gate, because after all, a port is integrated or has a interaction with the gate, with the network, the rails. So we need to understand when trucks are arriving, what the impact is. Again, shuffle moves, resource planning, performance at peak, the external infrastructure. For example, is there any construction work on the bridge? Maybe there is some delays on the highway that are causing some problems. And then we have predictive maintenance impacts, the availability of the equipment. For example, for some of you, the cranes that you see here in Klaipėda, those big container cranes, those are about 9 to 10 million euro. So very important that those cranes are used, I want to say, as efficiency as possible, reliability, of course, resource planning, and then, of course, performance and peak. So for the challenges and opportunities is that I see that we can use, I don't want to say intelligent, I'd rather say smart. How we can use smart tools and technologies and ideas in order to improve the operations. And what I'm sharing to you here, again, is just to reinforce that this industry right here, the blue economy here in Klaipėda, this is part of a global industry of $21.5 trillion. That's right, 21.5. This is the largest industry in the world. Because think about it, everything in this room probably was I want to say, transported from another part of the world. Also having the raw materials, and then you get into the finished product and so forth. So it's huge. And then looking at the equipment side, this is, again, container, bulk, all equipment, all machinery, as well as shipyards. We're looking at $11.7 billion industry. IT services are about 4.5. So, for example, working in the port in Dubai, we've developed terminal operating systems, automated gate systems, all this IT services. This is 4.5 billion. And then the consulting services. So I assume there's a couple of consultants here. I've seen a couple yesterday. Is that this industry is also 1.6 billion. Now, I'm sorry that you can't see very clearly in the screen here, but this is to show you all, not all, I apologize. What I could find are the companies working in various areas of this industry. So I put some logos so you can see, and I think you get the idea. This is a very large industry, the largest in the world. Many companies are coming in, and actually a lot of these companies, their logos that I posted, are rather new. So we're seeing a lot of new players coming in, and I think this is exciting. And for people that are looking to get into this industry, I think this is a great time. I heard earlier about angel investors. This is what we need, more angel investors, because unfortunately, this industry doesn't get a lot of good attention. People still think of it as very old-fashioned, conservative, and this is what we need to do in conferences like this, is to break down those stereotypes, offer the opportunity for exchange, knowledge transfer, and this is one of the reasons I like going to these conferences. I get to learn, and I feel also, I feel it's good for me as well to share my experiences and also some of the knowledge that I've picked up over the last 32 years. So the question, of course, I say for young people that are thinking to go into this industry is to think, where are you? Maybe this could be an exciting area to get in. Very, very exciting industry. And I remember when I first started my career on October 12th, 1991, was the statement made by the captain that was hiring me. He said, "Son, you're not going to make a lot of money in this industry, but you're going to go places." I said, well, that sounds like fun. So yeah, I never thought I would be in Lithuania back, 32 years ago. So just to wrap up, this is just to show Box Bay. This is a new innovation in Dubai. It's the only one in the world. And this shows you when you have the backing and you have the, I want to say, the vision like they did in Dubai to build something that many said could not be built, which was an automated container stacking system. 13 containers high, fully automated. On the bottom left, or I'm trying to think, right here, where I'm pointing, is that's an automated truck. So this was really cool in that we were working with this company, and we found a lot of opportunities in where, again, applying technology. And I think, again, applying technology where we can see benefits. So thank you, everyone. I try to hopefully keep to time. If I haven't, I apologize. But if you want more information, we can meet during the break. And of course, I have my link here. There you can find a lot of papers, publications, and of course, a little bit about me. Thank you. Ačiū.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. That was amazing. Some people are afraid that robots and autonomy will make it no need for people interaction anymore. But actually, as we will talk about later today when we talk about talent pool, what automation can do is to reduce people's need for those jobs, and then there will be other jobs coming up that we need to do that could also be more exciting. But now you know Larry, you know that he's an ocean of knowledge, and he's an Encyclopedia Britannica in itself. And we are just the same age. You started your work in 1991, I did in 92. So it's been a great journey in this maritime industry. Now there will be a panel, and I will introduce only now the panel moderator. That's Andrius Sutnikas. And you know, Andrius is another man I have known since 2014, actually, when I came to Lithuania, to Vilnius, to Klaipėda, to moderate a seminar organized by the Norwegian Embassy and Innovation Norway about the oil and gas possibilities for collaboration between Norway and this country. And then I met Andrius, and I've been a good friend of him later on, and we have been working together in different projects. And what I can tell you, people from Klaipėda, is that you have in this man, Sutnikas, you know, we joke that everything ends with RS, and you know, we have Ginas Tonikas, we do that sometimes, he and I. And now I saw this document in his office called Memorandumas. So, you know, you just add RS and everything is fine. But this man, he is so well connected, and he knows so much about what is going on. And then when you add that he has a political science background, he's also very into geopolitics. So, Mr. Sutnikas, it's an honor. Go on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for introduction, Tom. I'm so glad you didn't dig up anything on me. I think it's just because of the reason that if you would find something, you kind of might be a part of it, so you didn't want to tell anyone. Anyways, I would like to now proceed with our panel and invite our panelists, where I have two Gediminas, one Larry, and one Per. Please take the seats here. I mean, just choose the comfortable one. No, that's my one. All right, and I think, gentlemen, continuing the discussions of yesterday, we have to apologize. Yes, I mean, looking into this panel, that's a very little gender balance down here. So at least we need to admit the mistake and offer an opportunity, I would say. So dear ladies that would like to participate in that panel, we have it open for you. So just step down, take a seat, and we will have a good time here with all these gentlemen. So, anyone? Please, please. I meant to have a real balance, please. Anyone else? Okay, okay, if you say so. So, but at least we got something better here already in that panel, and then I think we are ready to start. And here I would like to start, you know, on the topic itself. It's innovation ecosystem, and sometimes it's really hard to define what the ecosystem is, or innovation ecosystem is, and what are the main parameters or KPIs of that environment, so to say. But I would probably like to have the, you know, comparison from the biology. Yeah, so I mean, the ecosystem is a geographical area which contains specific elements that defines if life is thriving, surviving, or dying. So to understand how to build the ecosystem that is sufficient for marine technology development, startups, innovation, science, we organizing this panel in order to share the experiences, to share the knowledge, and get advice actually from those experts towards Klaipėda, how we can build an efficient ecosystem, marine ecosystem here in Klaipėda. And the first I want to approach probably would be two people. They were not making the presentation, so maybe you can introduce yourself so that we have a full set of the panel. Starting from maybe you here, the new member of the panel.
So my name is Birgit Lioden. I'm founder and CEO of the Ocean Opportunity Lab, which builds the first global digital ecosystem for innovators across ocean and energy industries. And just to continue on the regional approach here, I would say I would take it even a bit further, that you can compare the ecosystem that is needed to build to make the innovation cluster here in the same way that you can compare the living ecosystems underwater, where you have really a need to bring in all the components from the smaller and the larger species, but where you need to have a balance in terms of everybody needing some resources, providing other resources, but to make the ecosystem balance function, you need to put in more resources than you take out at any time to make it regenerative and thriving. And I think that mindset and a kind of a paying it forward approach among the actors regionally here would really be essential, I think, to take out the optimal capabilities of the cluster.
Thank you so much. And welcome to the panel. I see a lot of valuable insights from you coming. And Gediminas, maybe you would like to.
Yeah, sometimes I feel a bit uncomfortable being among scientists, researchers, and technology developers, because I'm representing a company which is Klaipėda Sea Port Operator. We just provide port services, handling cargo. But participating in conferences like this, I always convince myself that actually we do have this innovation ecosystem, as you call it, because I recognize some things from these presentations that we do it in our daily life. Despite the fact that when I see those pictures about the technologies, the innovation in the port, they always show the containers, but actually we handling mostly bulk cargo. I believe this is a more complicated area, but still, and I think this innovation ecosystem, the roots of this system, ecosystem, I would say it's in the very beginning of the company, 30 years ago, because we were the first private Klaipėda Sea Port operators found in 1992. And the beginning was in the place which wasn't even the port territory. It was a former cellulose factory site. And it had to be, and actually was, totally converted to modern stevedoring company, which handles various goods, including those quite complicated bulk cargoes, which demand specific equipment and advanced technologies. And I think there is an unwritten rule in Klaipėda, within the Klaipėda port community, which says that even you have reached some level of development and investments and innovation, you can't stop doing that, because then you will be moving backwards comparing to your competitors. So this ecosystem of innovation inside Klaipėda port, I think it has formed quite naturally out of a certain need to break through, to turn some inherited disadvantages to advantages, and of course out of internal and external competition. So over the years, the means and the goals of innovation, they have evolved. If initially the main things were the capacities, the speed, the costs, now, of course, competitiveness is measured also by how you meet the sustainability requirements, also regulations, or simply how sustainable you are in the eyes of your customers, partners, or even employees. So that's why I think it was also quite natural why our company also started to look for new operational methods and to implement those sustainability projects. And one of these projects is the refurbishing of old diesel locomotives to an electric robotized locomotives. We just taking old polluting diesel locomotives and convert them to electric robots, let's say. We do it exclusively using our own company's human and financial resources and competences. The process is not very fast. Actually, we started it several years ago, and by now we already replaced more than half of our fleet of locomotives, and respectively we could reduce the CO2 emissions by 50% in railroad loading operations within the terminals. I didn't want to go with the presentation because I think we talked a lot about these locomotives, and the process is very long. And now we are still working on continuing to work on developing the prototype of more powerful autonomous electric locomotive, which could operate in more distant roads, for example, between port terminals and intermediate railroad stations. Together with that, also we are generating ideas and thinking how to learn those machines to communicate between themselves, to control them from one point and not have men to go to control each of them. Also, maybe how to expand the independent electricity production to cover our needs for this sustainable transportation. So actually, I'm not an engineer. I can tell stories about those things, but seriously considering why are we doing that? So the first thing I would say that it's of course the leadership of the management, which developed historically, as I said. Our company actually provides opportunity for young specialists of self-realization, and I think the main thing that actually those specialists, the team that works with those projects, they are actually are given license to make mistakes until they find those solutions. And luckily, there were too many of those mistakes in our case. But still, what we observe that this is still a quite expensive pleasure to implement those projects if you are not in this field, if you are just working with you have activities in different area. So there is one thing that we would like to change in this ecosystem, and that would be the unequal competition comparing to those who have access to all the financial sources, state and European. So I think we would do more if we could, even to apply for those.
Okay, thank you so much, Gediminas, and probably why you are in this panel, it's that you are part of the cluster, the company is a member of the cluster, but I would define your Bega as the company that is had the opportunity or technically managed to move from technology appliers to technology developers. So it's a very important step to make for every company, and then you are the company that managed to do that. Moving on with the questions, and as we have two experts from Norway now, so maybe the question would be dedicated to both of you, but you guys are, from the maritime innovation ecosystem, where we have those large species that Birgit has mentioned, and this is probably what differs from what we have here, but I'm sure there are some fundamental, aspects of the innovation ecosystem or the fundamental elements that can be applied anywhere. So Per Martin, maybe you can share some of those elements that are, crucial or necessary to really run the efficient ecosystems that can be applied in the territory no matter what kind of species it has in it.
Thank you so much. I mentioned one thing in the presentation, and that's in collaboration and in these ecosystems, we need the trust thing. I think it's paramount in order for me to share some information with Lawrence, for example. I need to trust that we are using this or he is not misusing that information. So I think the trust part here, the informality in this ecosystem is really important. I also like the thought that when in an organization or one company you have a hierarchical kind of, you have a boss, right? So we might have an idea and we go to the boss and the boss say yes or no. In this ecosystem, it's different. It's a more flat structure. So then suddenly it's not the boss who will come up with a good idea. It's the other. Certainly somebody else. It might be the janitor. It might be something coming from outside the organization, and that's the real power, I think, in this ecosystem. To have all the employees in a different kind of. You work on this pilot project, for example. You need a big vision. You need to decarbonize, for example, a vessel, and then you can use, together with ship designers, you can have startups, other people that are actually trying to find new solutions from what you are doing in your own company. And that will be, then suddenly you change the whole business models, the value chain changes. So I think that's the big kind of value in this ecosystem. And it's really important to have the startups and the venture capital to actually be part of these systems. And it has to be based on knowledge-based or research and academia. So, but I think it's like the triple helix kind of model. But I think it's really important, and everyone can do it, but it has to be based on, you have a region, you have to say what are the skills, the comparative advantage for this community, and then you can build a big ecosystem, I think, around that.
Thank you, Per. Birgit, do you have a take on that? Someone needs to give Birgit a minute.
Yeah, I think in some different words, I would put the focus on power coupling, which is pretty much just building on what Per Martin said. When we work with bigger corporates, regardless of which field, we challenge them to identify what are their key 3 biggest or most critical unresolved issues, and where they would be open to collaborate with external partners and smaller players to create the solutions. And that's a really good exercise, regardless of which field inside the industry you're in. And then, of course, the capital side it's essential. But as long as we're in like the maritime and ocean space, I would say there is one gap that I see a tendency, regardless of which areas, is a kind of a different and a more, I would say, kind of a match capital structure that can build a bridge between kind of VC, angel, and the early funding money, and the grants and the soft funding. So I would challenge, because that's a challenge we've sent out in Norway as well now, that the industry should go together across, competitor, across the value chain, to actually join forces and setting up like a match capital structure, which will be kind of a risk money that you can utilize to solve some of the key opportunity spaces regionally. And then I would bring the factor back to the port. I think the port and the port city, it's very easy for the ports to underestimate their own role. I would say that the port is the perfect blue-green testbed space. And we see that now in Boston, in LA, Barcelona, Lisbon, Genoa is building it. Using and utilizing and strengthening the port's own role and awareness of how to enable, for instance, local smaller projects on testing out, producing local energy with innovators, and looking into also environmental business cases linked to growth, aquaculture, testing out AI sensors, etc. That is also not necessarily directly related to the commercial ship and cargo handling, but where you just utilize the capacity and the areas that you already have at hand in a different way, and which also makes the port and our industry much more accessible and inspirational and open to the public, to school kids, to the talents and the entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Birgit, now going to Lawrence. Lawrence, I mean, you are coming from science, and science has been mentioned here already a few times, and it's definitely a very important part of the innovation ecosystem. And what's your experience? You know how important science is supplying the talent and also ideas to innovation ecosystem that we can later transform into products and services.
Okay. Am I on? Yes, okay. Actually, I take a more of a pragmatic approach because I've been working in industry and in academia simultaneously, because unlike a lot of countries in the world, in the US, I had to pay for my own education. So coming back to working in the field, what I see is that necessity is the mother of innovation. We just don't create tools and then apply it. No, especially in the port sector, it's very conservative. I was just listening earlier to what you were saying about the bulk industry. It has changed quite a lot over the last few years. In the past, ports would look at the bulk as very slow moving. You would deal with the vessels taking days to discharge, unload. What is happening, everyone, is that we're seeing the rise of visibility and velocity. We don't have time. And I was speaking with you earlier about the youth today, the young people. I have a daughter that's 16. She just can't wait. She is so impatient. And this generation, they want things now. If they don't get it now, they're going to go somewhere else to get it. So coming back to with my work in education and teaching is that, yes, there is a big demand for talent. Unfortunately, and this is due to the fact of our stereotype, and by the way, that was very smart of you in that to bring a lady to the audience, is that, and I did say that to you as well earlier, and I'll repeat this, is that unfortunately the industry is seen as a bunch of old white guys that are miserable. So we need to change that stereotype, bring in more talent, bring in other ideas, and regarding with the ports, they have always had a view that the customer was the ship. You know, how we can handle that ship, get that ship turned around fast. More and more ports are seen as logistics centers. And with that view, they're now looking at it as a logistics center, how to connect with other parts of the chain. This means for many young people, innovators out there in the audience, you can now see how you can, I want to say, deploy solutions, offer technologies that can help with visibility and velocity within the chain. Lots of ideas. For example, over the weekend, that was very good from Klaipėda, which is another reason why I was here, was the port hackathon. Really good ideas. For example, there was a challenge on how to improve the bagging process for Bega. And that was the one that won the main solution. But overall, everyone, is that I think for all of us, we need to try to break the stereotypes, share about how exciting this industry is. There is a lot of innovative ideas coming in, as I was showing earlier with autonomous vehicles, the use of AI, applying AI, IoT scanners, even much more. So we'll see, I think, more young people coming in. And there is, of course, the challenge that other industries are trying to take them from our industry. For example, the automotive, the aerospace, gaming. So that's a challenge for me as a teacher, is to present this, that, hey, there is this industry. And I tell you, it's been fun over the years in seeing a few people that are now in the industry, working as managers, working as professors in other schools, that I was able to at least motivate them, educate them, and inspire.
Thank you so much, Hans. It's really inspiring that your entrepreneurial background is kind of taking over your scientific background, but you still probably have a lot to advise on how you get the young people, the people that you have into university, how you drive this into maritime. But before answering that, I want to go to Gediminas Jedi. Gediminas, you are technically a serial entrepreneur in maritime industry, but the very important aspect here that Gediminas is coming from Šiauliai, which in Klaipėda we define as a potato land. So I mean, it's not attached to the sea anyhow, but still you're working with the seaweed. So can you elaborate a little bit on those forces that made you go into the maritime industry?
Yeah, coming back to that day when we started this all, actually it's, to tell a story short, there was an angel, and I was probably a second angel, and we saw opportunity in the incentivized funding options, and plus we saw environment of other angels, and we gathered together just and start making business.
Yep.
That's how it started. And we had a network in Norway who just were starting seaweed stuff, and they needed different supplies, and Šiauliai's the let's say manufacturing city, was a lot of manufacturers. We make machinery, we make all the stuff. There's a lot of engineers. So actually we need the engineers, not biologists at the moment. But further on, we think about chemist engineer, about biologists to support further innovation. But I wanted to address as well to this gentleman and about this issue, environment and economy, how to help. Actually, let's use best practices. This is the best thing. We have Station F in France. They have incubators like banks, Facebook, Google, let's say Bega or other companies who set a environment where the people just come in, they have challenges, and they start making hackathons, inviting angels to support it. Then the same company is wishing to invest if it's a good idea, and use best practices of startup experience and practice rules, how to make it. Because for us, like big companies, some of the big companies, they don't know the game. Because this is the game where the certain rules are already known from many years of the development. That's how Station F make, I not remember, about 14, 15 unicorns they have already. And there's, it's power of crowd. Just you're getting a lot of venture capitals, private equity funds coming in, angels, talents, people who want just be entrepreneur, not start working somewhere else. They just want to be businessmen. They just want to build business. They just want to make money. They want to be a unicorn, and then suddenly real life comes, and then he needs to work somewhere, and potential is not used.
Yeah, but they can be building matching platforms. Why would you go to the maritime? Why? How the seaweed content came into your venture?
In Chile, simply at that point, seaweed came as a, let's say, the big attention from investors. I think the environment in Norway is much larger in respect to investment and governance, making startups, but they don't have lack of delivery capacity to make them happen. And we saw the match to each other.
So this is collaboration in a way.
This is collaboration.
Because the topic came from Norway into Šiauliai. Is that the pathway?
Yeah, simply, Norwegian guy had a factory in Venta, in Mažeikiai. He had office in Šiauliai. That's how we met in the bar or whatever.
All right. See, that works also.
That works.
Lottie, do you have a take on that?
Yes, I'll make it quick. I was just thinking about experiences, and that I was sharing earlier with Per here, is that we were developing an automated guided vehicle. And unfortunately, even though in Norway, where the company was based, and Sweden, where I was working, even though we were so innovative, we just couldn't scale it. And that's one of the issues that we have in the Baltic. We're just not big enough to go, to go global. And I had some challenges from competitors from Japan and from Germany because they had the scale, and unfortunately they beat us out. Coming back to Jedi here, is that I've been in 3 startups myself, one out of San Francisco, one out of London, and one now out of Dubai. And it's interesting, with these 3 startups, all 3 are working in the area of maritime. And what I see as the red thread is communication with the cluster. Big cluster of let's be honest, the Silicon Valley, there is so much talent, and there's reasons behind that historically, because Hewlett-Packard set up office there, Lawrence Research was there, so this had a lot of spin-offs. So coming back to this event, what I would say to the organizers is this is really important event because it helps with promotion and communication. Because this is what we need, communicating what is available, what the demands are from industry, connecting, networking. And so I say events like this need to be, more of these need to be happening. And of course, bringing people like us together so then we can talk, and then from this networking, hopefully what will arise is a solution or an idea.
Yeah, it's always amazing to have all the defining factors inside of the geographical area, but probably what I hear from here, also referring to Gediminer's story, so I mean this is based on the collaboration. So how do you feel we could collaborate to gain the benefits, like for example here the Norwegian innovation ecosystem, the Lithuanian innovation ecosystem, I'm talking the maritime content, because we have different advantages that makes us both makes us both competitive. So how do you, what would be your suggestion to how we can approach the collaboration? Birgit.
So we've already started from our end to map and connect with what we call the creative ocean hotspots. And since Klaipėda and Lithuania has a huge ambition to really take a position in this region, then you could access basically, others that have done the same in various parts of the world. Both, within Norway and the Nordics, but also beyond. And instead of reinventing the wheels, rather look at what has been done already by some of the most fierce, forward-leaning hubs, in the United States, across Europe, Middle East, and then cherry pick what would fit here locally. And then I think it's a very interesting part when you look at the cluster-to-cluster collaboration, exchanging resources based on where are the strengths here and the needs, and where are the strengths of the Norwegian clusters and their needs, and then finding the lowest hanging fruits where there is, where Norway can be a market for local actor here to get further out. So I think that's a very kind of tangible, practical approach to it.
Well, but I think we are already on that way, because we have a Lithuanian Maritime Cluster, and we are one of the founders of this cluster and active members. And I think what we saw today with this electric pusher, there was kind of example of exchanging ideas and collaboration, because when we started to produce those electric locomotives, I think that idea was stimulated the next ideas, and we are active in this stimulating this cargo shipping, sustainable cargo shipping using inland waters. So that's how we have examples already. So I think we are on this way, and of course, good advices from you.
Per Martin, do you have a take on collaboration aspect?
Yeah, I would say that I totally agree. This industry is quite a conservative industry in a way. Usually, as we said, you had like ship owners on the top of the hierarchy setting the standards and everything. But now it's changed. The cargo owners, the ports, other people, other places in the value chain changes everything. We have a company in Norway called Seneta, for example. They were trying to map and get some information for all the ship owners, and the ship owners said, we don't want to give out the information about the contracts in our company. And then Seneta then could say, are your ships, do you like charge more or less than your competitors and everything? Ship owner said no. But the same contract all the cargo owners have, because they are signing the same contracts, and they would like to know if they pay less or more than the competitors on your ship or your ship. And then suddenly things change quite rapidly, because then now they can map everything. It's a quite easy kind of idea, but it changes the whole value chain. And I think what we need now going forward, usually we had like sailors and other people, the competence in the maritime industry, we need a different set of skills going forward. And that is a pool of talents we really need to dig into, because then we are competing with, you can say, you can go to Google or Elon Musk or whatever and do awesome cool things. And we need the same kind of people in our industry. And that's a really challenge for us with the conservative marketing we've done for many years. Yeah.
Lari.
I was thinking what you were saying, and this brings to mind years ago in Belgium, there was work on developing a cluster, and then you were presenting in your talk about the focus, and this is very important, the focus, and this comes back to a famous Harvard professor by the name of Michael Porter. He wrote on cluster, on strategy, and the most important thing is your niche. For example, Lithuania, also Norway, you can't do it all. You need to, getting back to the cherry picking, is to focus what areas that make you unique and be either number one or number two. And this comes back again to this book by Michael Porter on competitive advantage. So I was just thinking about the discussions here, and had me, brought memories when I was taking my MBA in Antwerp at the time. And coming back, like I said, it was applied in Belgium, and then later on, similarly, another study work was done in Netherlands to bring more shipping. To bring the flag back to Netherlands. So again, everyone, I think it's good to look into what you're good at, focus on being number one, number two, because you can't do it all.
Good advice, Larry. Before moving on to our next question, I here would like to open up a little bit floor for the audience, even though because of those lights I see no people. But hopefully there is one person or two that would like to address the question to the panel.
Please, thank you. We have a question here in the app.
Perfect.
Do you think the maritime industry in Klaipėda is ready to hire and train young talents? What are the current demographics?
Is Klaipėda ready?
Actually, those examples as a portathon shows that we are not just ready, but we are moving this way. Actually, we as a company also trying to participate in all kinds of events and programs to encourage young people to choose engineering, because or engineering in maritime industry. So, and again, this example of our company, when we provide opportunities of self-realization and to make mistakes, for some while. I think this shows that, yes, we are ready and we are doing this. But together with the university, together with the cluster, we should do more, but we can do.
Thank you. There you go. Per?
Yeah, just also one comment. I think I totally agree. Another thing which is now, at least in Norway and the community I know, they're screaming for people. We need talents, we need people coming into the industry. But there is a huge, it's a conservative, of course, industry, so that's one problem. But the other thing is that it's cyclic. So it's, at one point, we are doing very well. So it's a lot of work, a lot of things to do. And then after, like in Norway, for example, after 2014, there was all the offshore supply market was totally gone. And then a lot of people lost their jobs. And now they're screaming again to get back. So it's, yeah, I think it creates, or people go other places. So that's a problem actually for the industry.
Sure, take it, Larry.
From the university side, what we need is better communication with industry. So if industry can communicate that to us, then we can help with training, educating the next mariners or people working in the shipping business. So we need better collaboration, coordination with industry.
All right. So now I think we have a kind of constructive take on the strategy itself. And for closing, I would like to analyze another aspect. You know, there is a saying that working culture eats strategy for breakfast. So I mean, probably having a take on the strategy now, we would like to know how to build an innovation and collaboration culture that would help innovation ecosystems to thrive. Anyone start?
Incentivize investments. People should take out money from their pockets and invest.
Is that a culture aspect?
I'll make mine short and sweet. Is basically look at what others are doing and then tailor to your needs. Like mentioned earlier about Singapore, New York, London. There was somebody showing earlier those nice, I think it was you, the various centers of competence. So yeah, look at others. You don't have to reinvent the wheel and just tailor to your need.
Very good.
Yeah, and I would use this opportunity to say, I mean, Lithuania should get on board and get a branch of young ship, because it's already the leading and first global body of the next generation in the maritime and offshore. I think it would fit very well here. And then I would say to implement this at the right levels among any companies with more kind of male, pale and stale leaders. I think that looking into curating an industry reverse mentoring program to have the top executives lean in and learn and explore mindsets and listen in to the young professionals, I think is essential in order to change the culture.
Ben?
Yeah, I would say come and visit, come and visit us in Norway, for example, and see the clusters. Tom here, he is like a master brain in so many clusters in Norway. Being here, having these discussions and meeting, drinking coffee, and you get new ideas, connecting new dots, meeting new people, get new ideas. So I think best practice, go and see other places. And I think this kind of conference and this kind of networking is fantastic. But also come and see and visit us, for example, in Norway.
Gediminas?
Well, I would be very pragmatic from our side. We see reserves to encourage and to stimulate innovation in port industry. Like you said, how much, yeah. But we not only look for private investors. I believe that there is also reserves in state politics and in state-owned enterprises, tariff politics, and so on. So I think you understood what I meant, so I will shut up now.
Thank you so much, Gediminas. Thank you for all the panelists. And I think the takeoff from this particular panel would be that we have several aspects. So one, we cannot copy the ecosystems because this is kind of a biological approach. I mean, it's very linked to geographical area and what we have locally. But we can collaborate in order to gain the competitive advantage for both systems and, you know, exchange the knowledge and competence. Then we need to build a collaboration culture. We had actually discussed yesterday a lot of those, you know, stealing, bribing, and all the other interesting concepts that we developed. But I think all of that is important. Trust. Trust is a very important issue inside and also outside. And I hope you had a good idea how we can use all this experience in Klaipėda and how that can contribute to building an efficient innovation ecosystem in Klaipėda. And now we probably owe some applause to the panel, and we are done now. Thank you. So we are good to go to lunch now.
Almost. Thank you so much to the panel. You'll meet Birgit again. And by the way, this is not Birgit's first visit to Lithuania. We'll get back to you later. But can I have up the slide, please, the Code Green slide? We have, since we talked so much about AI before with both Larry and others, I just want to tell you that one of the partners of this conference, of this manifesto, the Norwegian Lithuanian Chamber of Commerce in Vilnius, Martina Skiesaker, she's here, she's the director of that. They are doing the business forums. Birgit was a guest at business forums some years ago. Now this year's business forum will be on the 11th or the 9th of November. It's called Code Green. It's all about the new technology, AI and things like that. So if you have the chance to be in Vilnius on that day, 9th of November, please do so. It's going to be a great seminar. And then also to all people following us online, including somebody in Vilnius who should, of course, have been here today. We are all missing you, just so you know that, but it's very good to know that you are following us online. We are now going to have lunch. I'm very sorry that you can't join us for that, but perhaps you can have your own lunch somewhere, and please make sure that you follow us again 1 hour later at 1 o'clock. And then we need to do something, as we always do.
We need to thank our sponsors, but before we do that, I want to tell the audience that we had these amazing presentations here and yesterday. And in the app, you have this option to download the presentations, to see them. And it's on the top left corner, there is an event guide where you can find photo gallery and presentations. So if you need that, it's there.
It's quite an amazing app, this one.
Yeah, it is.
And as you know, it's connected to the website thing. So it's quite cool, actually.
Cool.
Yeah.
So lunch, and we thank for lunch for Ignitis, Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, Klaipėdos Nafta, and Norway Grants.
Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. People who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnė aplinka, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Just a quick information that right now we also have a workshop for innovation leaders going on in Studio 2A right across the hall. So if you're interested in that, just know that. And we are moving to our next topic, which already was touched in the previous session, and we talked a little during lunch with some people about it. It's talent pool. This is a huge challenge for Blue Economy. Blue Economy is a very important sector in European Union, employing close to more than 3 million people. And it generates around 500 billion euros in turnover and more than 130 billion euros in gross value added. So a competitive, resilient, and socially fair Blue Economy needs highly qualified and skilled professionals. And even though European Commission is actively addressing the skills gap, we still have a huge, huge challenge to overcome.
We do, and this is going on all over the world, at least in the Western world. You know, I asked you, Simona, if you know what is the birth rate you need to have in a society to maintain status quo of the population? You remember I asked you that?
Yeah, I remember.
Do you remember what you answered?
Yeah, 2.2.
Well, you didn't answer that, but I told you.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
2.2.
That was
At
your
least in the
answer.
old days, you know, when there were men and women and there were married couples, the number would be 2.2. Now, Japan has for many years been dying. They are dying, less and less people. They don't have any immigration. They have a demography that is horrible. China is collapsing, as we heard yesterday. For the first time in 2022, they lost 800,000 people. This will just increase. Norway has now, the latest birth rate I saw was 1.2, which has been the Japanese for many years, 1.1. So I was in Estonia, like you heard yesterday. I was checking the birth rates and all that. And they're also going down. We're all going down, so we lose people. In Norway, we have had a lot of Lithuanians and Swedes working as immigrant workers. They've been all over the place. Now they have gone home. Many of the Lithuanians have gone home. Many of the Swedes have gone home because conditions have changed. And now in Lithuania, with all the inflation, suddenly the value of whatever you have here is almost as back in Norway. So things are changing, and we need people. Our own Prime Minister some years ago, Erna Solberg, she said in the New Year's speech on television that, Norwegian people, we need more people. And I made a post on myself and my 4 daughters, and I said, well, I have 4 daughters. What more can I do for you, Mrs. Solberg? We need more people. So how do we get more people?
Hopefully, this panel and the speakers will tell us more how we can overcome this issue. I don't know, maybe only together we can answer this question, and the whole world facing the same challenge, it's...
Well, at least the Western world. And then we have the thing we talked about
yeah.
before, that digitalization and automation can actually remove jobs that we use hands for today, so that we can use the hands we have for other jobs that are more profitable and value creating.
Yeah.
All right?
Okay, so let's move on to the first speaker. And we have our speaker online. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much.
Neringa Marazaitė Rasmussen, the advisor to the Minister of the Economy and Innovation on talent policy with extensive experience in interinstitutional relations at both European and national level, who will discuss the importance of talent policy in supporting Blue Economy's growth. So, Neringa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I'm very grateful of the forum for covering the topic of talent, most important Blue Economy gathering of the year. And thanks to all the participants for joining the session. And at our institution, at the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, the talent topic ranks among the top priorities. And today I will discuss some very practical tools, as I was asked by organizers, and that are in place. And I'm also looking forward to the outcomes of the discussion, which will be held later today. And a representative from our talent policy group, Agnė Kovalauskienė, will join the debate and we hope for the audience insights, which will be very valuable for the further policy actions. And I'll start with our national progress plan. And there is a goal to significantly increase the share of high value added sectors in our country's economical structure over the next decade, and enable a transformation of our economy structure, life sciences, smart engineering, and information and communication technology sector. And by growing those sectors, we will attract and retain professionals capable of working in advanced sectors, creating high value, growing the economy and the country's standard of living. And all the mentioned sectors have a huge share in the blue economy. Last year, the share of talents and knowledge in intensive sectors in Lithuania was around 50%. This is the fourth result in the EU. So we have high potential for the growth. And the good news that we have moved up from the last place in the past 3 years. But to reach the EU average, the number of talents in advanced sectors in Lithuania needs to increase by 65,000. And there are other demographical and talent and skills related topics. Of course, not everything is in a negative side. We have progress in this area. For example, number of applicants to the engineering and other technology specialties is increasing. In Lithuania last year, the number of highly qualified foreigners tripled. The emigration of Lithuanian citizens has been in the rise for the third year in a row, meaning more returning than leaving, and which is what the moderator was mentioning regarding Lithuanians coming from Norway or Sweden and other countries. In the Global World Talent Report, Lithuania position has risen from 23rd to 23rd place by 5, and which is the highest results for the country in the last 5 years. And this significant growth in the ranking it has been consistent. So it's the result of the work we do, and which we will have to strengthen continuously. And while preparing for this event, we looked at the skills which are important for the blue economy, and the list is extensive. I actually will return to the slide a bit later when we'll talk about tools. So let's move on. So Lithuanian talent policy takes a holistic view. Firstly, it considers the competencies of those already within the country and how to develop them. And secondly, it focuses on attracting talent from the global market. And this encompasses drawing talent of Lithuanian origin from abroad, as well as attracting other foreigners, be they from EU or non-EU countries. So talking about local talents, I'll start with the tool our ministry has. During this financial period, Ministry of Economy and Innovation will finance activities directed at human resources exclusively with European Regional Development Funds in smart specialization priorities, health technologies and biotechnologies, new production processes, materials and technologies, and information and communication technologies. A call has been announced, and along with the tool of the competencies. And the call was announced with a budget of 20 million, 5 million for capital region and 50 million for Central and Western Lithuania region. And I really would like to draw participants' attention to the information center session, which will be held by Innovation Agency on the 7th of November. All the details for applications, what are requirements, what funding available. I should just mention that it's possible to get up to 100,000 euros funding per project, and the sums are varying for small and medium enterprises, and 50% coverage for the capital region companies, 60% coverage for Central and Eastern Lithuanian region companies. So I really would like to ask you to check this tool, to check this possibility, and the applications are possible till next year, February. And here are the skills which are covered in this call. So it's including many ICT, biotech, smart engineering, and other important skills for economy transformation and relevant to blue innovations. Here, the tool which we have, we provide targeted scholarships for engineering, maths, and informatics program students. And we allocate 200 euros per month for each student for the 4-year period. And it shows, the results of this program shows that awarding similar targeted scholarships in previous years, there was increase in number of applicants to technology study programs and decrease in students deciding not to continue their chosen studies. And this is a very important part of and target of this tool. I was also asked to talk not only about our ministry tools, but about all the national tools. So I'll shortly cover Ministry Social Security and Labor tool, who are utilizing European funds, and has already begun implementing a broad program this year aimed at both employed and unemployed individuals. And the program is administered by Employment Service, and companies are invited to apply. And also, and this measure is for acquiring high added value skills and competencies, and is designed to help those who wish not to lag behind contemporary labor market demands and aim to acquire high added value skills or competencies. The program is already on, and companies can continuously apply. And this is the program of Ministry of Education, Science and Sports. This platform, individual learning account system platform, will be launched at the end of this year. And it will be dedicated for individuals, because applicants could be only individuals who have chosen training from the list at their discretion. And the programs are chosen also from our national priorities, including engineering, digital skills, and each individual will get personal account and 500 euros to use for their own training in the chosen skills area. What is important for the business in this platform, that next year the platform integrate additional tool which is called employers window. There is no nice translation to the truth for Darbdavilangelis. And this will enable the business to join the forces with the program, to add their funds via employees' hours, via employees' working hours, and to aim for more expensive and short-term training, because individual will have to take up to 50 hours training, while those trainings which will be coming via business companies will be shorter, around 8 hours. And Klaipėda Center of Excellence has also what to offer in all the training and all the development of the region area. I think during this conference it's covered widely, so I won't stop. And second part, as I was talking, we are focusing on to Lithuanian origin and foreign talents in attracting them to work in Lithuania. And we have the series of tools, and I'll cover some of them. I see the time is running, so I'll try to shorten. One of the programs which we want to also draw your attention and would like to ask you to check is Work in Lithuania, which is under Invest Lithuania, which is acting as link between people, employees, and employers. And employers can get also extensive value from this program. Expert advice, marketing exposure for the work announcements, also possibility to help advisors to prepare to work with the Lithuanian origin and other talents from abroad. Last year, Lithuania introduced the financial incentives for the foreign talents, both EU and third nationals and Lithuanian citizens. Companies which will attract, which are attracting talents to life sciences, ICT, and smart engineering sector, they can apply for the coverage for the company of around 6,000 euros. And also individual who is attracted can apply for financial incentive. So it's one-time payment. What was really important last year, Lithuania facilitated immigration procedures, and the major change is connected to acquiring blue cards. The system is much easier, and in general, we have much wider worldwide network where people can submit their documents. Of course, the system needs improvement every year, and the transition period has its issues, but we hope that those temporary issues will be handled soon. And what is important in this direction is that we have totally new level of work with the diaspora. Lithuanian government has Global Lithuania Strategy, which involves all the institutions. We gathered our efforts, and Ministry of Economy and Innovation has offered for this effort programs for young professionals, attracting to the companies and Lithuanian public sector, and also, and we think that talent policy is not just a straightforward plan to bring Lithuanians back home. This is big part, but we invite also Lithuanians to contribute to Lithuanian progress worldwide, and this way to get acknowledged, get introduced to Lithuanian economic progress, and get attracted back to Lithuania via cooperation. And my last but not least part is admission and integration. And congratulations to Klaipėda. Klaipėda has introduced this year International House, which is one-stop shop for the high-skilled workforce from foreign countries. And it helps with, it consults on various matters, social, migration, education, and many other. Also, we have International House Vilnius, and discussing about the same house in Kaunas. Reskilling and upskilling for the foreigners. Currently, foreigners can come to employment service and get all the employment announcement and counseling, as well as apply for the Lithuanian language courses. And these days we have debates at the Lithuanian Parliament regarding health insurance for spouses. We hope to fix that topic in the nearest future, and integrate more of the foreign families in Lithuanian scenery. Thank you very much. And wish you really, really good discussion.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Neringa. That was a really awesome presentation. You know, all my talk about birth rates, that's a long-term perspective. It takes at least 20 years for them to come into work. But what we talk about here is how to attract more people here and now, and we compete with other industries, other countries. What you say about diaspora, as you probably know, we have in Norway, as in Sweden, in Stockholm, we have in the Chamber of Commerce, we have a special entity or a club called Lithuanian Professionals in Oslo, LPO, consisting of a lot of people that are Lithuanians, professional, working in Oslo in different companies. But they're Lithuanians, and they would like to pay back something to Lithuania, and these are part of that. And hopefully, many of them will at some point return home to Lithuania, bringing a lot of knowledge, experience, and network from Norway and other countries back to this country. So thank you for that. Now, I'm introducing another person. I know that there's at least one person in Vilnius who could not be here this year, who has already been addressed before lunch, who is especially keen to meet this person I will now introduce. Now, this is a woman that I have known for many, many years. But still, you know, I like to do my proper checkup when I check people, and introduce people. And normally I use LinkedIn and some other sources to do that. Now, the fun fact about Birgit Liaden, that you have already met, is that her LinkedIn profile is actually 24 pages long. 24, you know, it will take me a long time just to go through the 24 pages. So I think that we can drop that. She has many things to tell about herself. She's a very high achiever. She does a lot of stuff. She's now running something called the Ocean Opportunity Lab, or tool. But what doesn't say in the LinkedIn? I checked all 24 pages, even backsides of them, you know, to check. Because this woman, she is a woman principle. She has had a hydrogen car, and she's always first with everything, and she wants everybody else to do the same. So for the year 2020, this was in 2019, she said she imposed a flight ban on herself. Meaning, ladies and gentlemen, that in the year 2020, she would not fly. And of course, she said to us, you should not fly either. Yeah, that was a very good tip. So, but then what happened was that she was invited to attend a conference in India, of course. And did she say no to that? Of course not. Did she fly? Of course not, but she couldn't. She knew that we would, you know, really harass her if she did. So she decided in February 2020, I repeat, February 2020, to go to India without flying. She asked her wide network of thousands of friends on Facebook and LinkedIn and whatnot, people, how can I get to India without flying? They all came up with ideas, so she was jumping from one to the other, to the other, to the other, and then something happened called pandemic. And Birgit was in the middle of the pandemic when, you know, she was, let me put it this way, she tried to fight the pandemic by being ahead of it all the time, but finally the pandemic caught up even with Birgit Liaden in a car in Saudi Arabia. And of course the big, how can I say, defeat for Birgit was that at the end of the day, she had to fly home to Norway to be safe. So I think, Birgit, I don't know what else to say about you, but that was awesome. And of course, she didn't drive in Saudi Arabia with just anybody, did she? Of course not. So Birgit, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tom. That was the funniest introduction in a while. But I did manage to become the first woman to drive border to border through Saudi Arabia after them removing the female driver ban, though. So at least one target in. So thank you so much for inviting me to be here. And it's really, really nice to finally be able to be here in Klaipėda and meet with you guys. And I hope that there will be really fruitful conversations and very good direct outcomes from it. So I have devoted my career to work for the new generations coming in. The generation that I call Generation Cleanup. So after now spending close to 2 decades in the maritime industry, I've spent the past 4.5 years to build up a global and digital tool for the new generation, for the next generation, and also to help the industries thrive and survive and gain strength for what is to come. So I'm going to present the talent-focused part of the Ocean Opportunity Lab's tool Spawn, which is the first global interactive community platform and gateway to the ocean and energy innovators across small and big players, and a world of opportunities and programs and role models targeting to inspire and open up our industries to cater for many, many more young people and a broader pipeline of talents coming into the maritime and the ocean sector, and where we are all united from the engagement to deliver on the UN global goals and to structure clean, environmental friendly, good, robust industries for the future. So this is my focus ahead, empowering generation cleanup and how we deal with talents. Just first to give a very short intro about what we have. We have built a solution, which is an interactive map and a community resource marketplace, which is industry-driven, a community platform to explore the world of ocean energy innovators, with an interactive map of the actual stakeholders, the actual everything from startups, accelerators, big corporates, clusters, educational institutions, and so on and so on. So basically digitizing the access and overview to the clusters to enable better cluster-to-cluster collaboration. We also have an opportunity marketplace where any innovator or even young people can come out and either raise their hand to say what they need of resources from others, or what kind of resources or resource that they represent that they would like to enable to others. We have curated topic-based spaces and featured insight lists so that it will be easier for talents and people both from the inside and from the outside at any stage in their career to find out what is going on at the cutting edge areas. And then we have global calendars, so it will be easier for people when they travel to find what's going on here and there across the sustainability-focused innovators ecosystem. So, talents are a core group for us because I've been working from the young age of 23 when I started working with competence and HR and recruitment in the head office of Wilhelmsen. My focus has been on pushing the new generation, the next generation, into the power positions and into the tables where decisions are being made and where the industries are being designed moving forward. And we have a number of special focus areas with our partners and customers, but for the talents, they can use our spawn, the spawning ground, to dive into specific areas that are close to their heart, that holds something that inspires them. So some of these are industry segments. So we have a focus section on zero emission ship technologies and clean energy infrastructure. We have done mapping of the leading European clean energy infrastructure projects around different cities, ports, areas of Europe. We have the Creative Ocean Hotspots, which are a partner network set up by us with partners in Port of Los Angeles, Boston, Seattle, Western Australia, lots of different places that are really at the forefront of building these blue-green innovation front-runner centers, where it's also about expanding and extending interaction and exchanging talents, investors, innovation projects, etc. And then we have the 3 sections that are primarily for the talents themselves. Female Founders Initiative, Female Candidate Pool, and Global Talent Pool. So, as mentioned, we look at it from 2 different sides. So we have both, as you can see to to the right here, you can, as a talent, go in and dive into certain geographical areas. So, for instance, if you're interested, this with Canada as an example, it could have just as been Lithuania. You can go in and you can get to know the specific regional innovation ecosystem. You can find who are the key enablers, who are the, the big initiatives that are shaped by the government, the industries, which programs are there for innovators and for talents, which accelerator programs, competitions, which big, tech expos, what's going on in this specific area and region, whether you're traveling for a short while or you're a local, just in need of better overview, or if you are actually looking at other places in the world to be located for a while. And then we have the other part where you can find your interest space, if not geographically, then you can find it worldwide based on topic. So here's just a small example of global overviews that are interactive overviews, where it can take you directly to all of the actual companies and innovators of wave and solar, fuel cells, batteries, air cavity, wind propulsion, hydrogen, lots of different nerdy topics. But we present them in a way that doesn't require the very old-fashioned, like very long theoretical reports. We present this in a much more open, engaging, next generation design way, because our ambition is that it should be a much lower threshold to have the young people who are already environmentally focused and that are part of the Greta Thunberg generation, to have them see our industries as the best way and the best area for them to take their climate engagement into something they can build a career on, and where they can make an actually much bigger difference. So we say that our goal is to convert climate activists into becoming insider business activists, like myself. We need a much broader pipeline, and I'm very happy that it was actually pointed out in the last session. We have chosen to direct our focus on 2 specific target groups, because we see that there are so much unused potential. So we look at gender, we look at bringing many, many more women of all types in, and then it's about the global young talents. And to deliver on the first part, on the women talent part, we have set up 2 global equality initiatives, which we also warmly invite the Lithuanian industry and environment to get on board on. It's already out there. We have the Global Female Candidate Pool, which is the first initiative that is connecting sustainability-focused and value-driven female candidates and companies across our industries. That is targeting typically leader candidates and board candidates. In the pool per now is more than 750 candidates from 25 countries worldwide that are signed up, and very high-level global ambassadors that are fronting this. And then on the other side, it might be as a woman that you don't recognize yourself in kind of a corporate career setup. So maybe instead you have a potential entrepreneur and innovator in your belly. So for that, we have also done the first global mapping of female entrepreneurs and founders in ocean and energy, which is an annual global mapping and list, which is accessible and available for all. Equinor and Techstars used it last year to find female candidates for their Techstars program, because they couldn't find them by themselves. They have been very much under the radar, and they are crucial role models for a lot of women out there, both those that haven't chosen their career path yet, and those that are actually already seasoned professionals. So earlier this year, we had the former Prime Minister of Norway, Erna Solberg, who was also the one establishing the high-level ocean panel. She took part with us in launching these 2 initiatives for the first time. And then we gathered an amazing group of male and female leaders in Norway's biggest concert venue to share why we need to bring more women into these industries. And we even got the support by World Economic Forum in this with their president, Børge Brende. And now it's out there, it's available, it's accessible, it's all open for getting on board using this and developing it with us to really show how much exciting stuff we have to offer for female talents and candidates. Then the next part, which is a broader group of generally young talents, we want to help enabling more of the talents and the ocean to connect. So we took part in what is called the Global Talent Award 2023. This is a community now of almost 5,000 young people from all over the world. I'm not sure if Lithuania was represented, but we had people from 145 countries, and we had applicants for the Talent Award from 66 countries. And we collaborated with 166 universities on this project. And there we had another former Prime Minister of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, who was the mother of the Sustainable Development Goals. That was our official ambassador for the program. I think this was the first time that SDG 14 was included in this global project. We was the SDG lead for that. And we managed to have a really broad overview of talents that were then competing for a prize of 10,000 euros. Anybody could attend. You could join and participate as a young student. Our youngest participants were like 15 years old. The oldest one was, I think, around 40. And they were all competing in the same global competition. And then being able also to be on the stage in front of big industry executives from BW, Maersk, World Economic Forum, Walton Philanthropy, lots of like really front-end leading people from around the world. So I'll just jump straight through this. This is kind of our campaign for this. Are you a young professional or student with a heart for sustainable ocean solutions? Get on our map, join us to become a business activist, and whoop, something happened with this. We need the young talents, but we need to connect them with the experienced seniors. So let's see. Oh, this has switched a little bit. Well, anyway. So we are looking for talents that come from other industries, young professionals, and students of today. And anyone are welcome to sign up with us and join the global talent pool. So our perspective in this, and kind of the open arm invitation to the community here, is that individually we are one drop, but together we are an ocean. And what is more powerful than that? So, thank you.
Thank you, Birgit, for such an informative presentation. And Tom, you know what I noticed? That the balance, it's very nice in this session. I like it because just see at the names here, almost all women, almost all female here.
Is that balance?
Well, it's balanced since in the previous session, only Birgit helped us to, maintain some kind of balance. So now Elius will be here, probably, or no? Who will, as a moderator, to keep the balance going. So the next speaker will talk about 30 years of PMI, People and Culture, Educate, Enable, and Empower. Inga Juravičienė, Head of People and Culture for Manufacturing at Philip Morris Lietuva. She will present the learnings of the first foreign investor in Lithuania, how the experience of international talent development has been adopted to foster our local talent. Please, Inga, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. It's really, as I was already introduced, so my name is Inga, and I am People and Culture Manager for Manufacturing at Klaipėda Factory. So really, it's a great pleasure to be here on the stage today and to go through the steps which we learned. Also, how fostering the talents has evolved during the different stages of factory development, and also to look what is in the near future waiting for us. I'll just take this one. So, Philip Morris Lithuania is part of Klaipėda city, of Klaipėda region. It's also a part of business, history, and economy. This year, we are celebrating 30 years in Lithuania. And actually, when Philip Morris International has started its operation in 1993 in Klaipėda, it was the first foreign investor in Lithuania, in the country, after the restoration of the independence. In 30 years, our factory has grown more than tenfold. In terms of production efficiency and output, Klaipėda factory is the second factory in Philip Morris in Europe, and actually among one of top 5s in the world. And actually, this everything has been achieved only by constant investment in development, both people and culture, also in modern technology and sustainability. And as a result, today we have a high-tech factory with over 1,000 employees working directly and indirectly in the factory and supply chain to ensure the production and deliveries. The deliveries which from Klaipėda go to all over the world. For Klaipėda region, production and export is very important. So we are really proud to contribute with a 17.5% share of Klaipėda County export. In total, 98% of our production is being exported to 33 different markets. And actually, looking at this picture, if I try to build the map of our talent, actually it would look quite similar, because our talents are split all over the world, and the export of those talents reaches somewhere from Canada to Philippines, which means that there's no limit for our talents. The history of Lithuania has shown that the foreign investors made a huge impact in our businesses, society, and what we consider norms now. In 1999, the Philip Morris co-founded the Investors Forum, where the goal was to create the favorable environment for investments. Back to 1997, one of the largest greenfield investments in Lithuania at that time was completed by opening a new factory in the outskirts of the city. And in early 2000s, the Klaipėda Free Economy Zone was established, and its companies started to settle down nearby. As our factory was relocated from the city in 2002, the old factory premises were handed over to Klaipėda city. At that time for 1 liter, which equals to something around 30 euro cents now. So later on in that place, Culture Factory was created. And today we all gather and having this conference in the old factory premises. So looking at the view and what we see around, we are really very happy how this place turned out. Fostering the talents was very important for all of us during all this period of time. So today I would like to share with you few insights what we have learned during this journey. When Philip Morris International entered into Lithuania, it brought with them a few principles. And the first one was focus on employee from day one. Another one was employee centricity, which pays off. And really, the core of the business at that time was to take the care of the employees, that they could take care of the business. Stability in principles, creativity in tactics, and indeed, all these 30 years, the principles have not changed, but the tactics had to be changed in order to make those principles actual rather than declarative. So foreign investors have changed everything and brought new standards which we live on now. So what have we learned from those 30 years of philosophy? And here, in our experience, actually, we see few stages or few phases which we went through. And at the very beginning, the performance standards and adherence to them was very important. When this new factory was opened, we entered into the second phase, where we needed to ensure that we take the best care of our employees and enable them to take care of the work. And now, after so many years, we feel that we entered into the third stage, where the self-confidence of our employees and the confidence in the employer already allows us to speak about the empowerment of our people to change the environment and to achieve more. But let's take a brief look at those stages separately. So the first thing, education on fairness, respect, and honesty played a critical part at that time. For example, when the company was newly acquired, immediately it was introduced a zero-tolerance policy for alcohol consumption and theft. And such offenders were immediately dismissed, regardless they were an ordinary employee or a manager. Now, of course, for us it's easier because we live in our daily work life. We have our code of conduct, which gives us guidelines and is applicable for everybody of us equally. We need to remember that the fairness is very important if we want our people to believe in rules. Another great change was brought by new communication culture. From the issuing orders from the above, it had to go down and to develop into mutual respect. When those people addressing them were called by their first names rather than the second names or job titles, I believe most of us remember those times. Now we are quite used to the feedback, giving and receiving feedback culture. But at that time, for those people, it was really something strange. And not everybody liked that. And it took ages or many years for them to understand and to start appreciating that giving and receiving feedback is a good tool for their improvement and growth. From the very beginning, when the operations were started, really Philip Morris started taking care of employees' well-being, emotional and physical. When people feel safe and good, they can concentrate on work, and that, of course, automatically means efficiency and quality, and that's the direct benefit for us. When we offered a supplementary pension plan for our people, the necessary legal framework was not there in the place because the practice was so new. So for more than 20 years, Philip Morris Factory is constantly working on employee health by providing various different wellness programs. And of course, during those years, it needs to be changed many times due to the changes of employee needs, of environment. So high company standards, culture, values, and constant care of employee well-being by providing this wide range of benefits made a fruit and borne a fruit for us. Now we can be proud of loyal people who started working in the company at the very beginning and are still with us. When people feel safe and secure at work, then we can start speaking about the next step, which is empowerment of our people to change the environment and to achieve more. In 2019, the Klaipėda factory became the first Philip Morris carbon neutral factory. Of course, this initiative came from the locals, and the people were instrumental here. Now, currently, the company is working on the International Alliance for Water Stewardship standard, which is acquired only by one company at the Baltics so far. So, day from day, we are encouraging our people to participate in various volunteering activities with the recognized charity or community organizations. We try to ensure that all of them had equal opportunities, regardless of age, sexual orientation, gender. For that, we are awarded as an equal salary certificate, also Wings of Equal Opportunity Award, which is just confirming the adherence of those principles. Because it's very important for us that the empowerment of our people directly contributed to the efficiency and productivity, where the goal for us is to empower our people, to enable our people with all required capabilities, all required tools, in order for them to empower and make them function as the self-sufficient teams. So if to summarize what I've just been telling, and looking in the near future, so what will be for us in there, really there's nothing more different from what I've been just discussing. We will still be speaking about the same things, about enabling, because enabling is and will remain as important as the market is becoming more and more competitive. And the practices we implemented some time ago already becoming the standards of the market. And we need to be looking for other opportunities, how to make this workplace attractive for those talents. The empowering is and will be on a rise because it's becoming more and more important for our people to make the impact. And of course, the last but not the least, Klaipėda is and will be of major importance for us as the home of our Philip Morris Lithuania. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Inga. You know, this was interesting. It can't be easy to create a product that is now, at least in my country, you can't advertise it, you can't even show it in shops. And to get this behind the scenes impression of how you deal with the factory and the workers was really interesting.
Thank you.
Because, you know, you have attract, and then you have recruit, and then you have retain, right?
Yes.
So to attract talent is one thing, and then you recruit them, and they become your employees. But then the most important thing then is to retain them, at least the ones you want to retain, because it's much more easy to retain one than to start to attract another one.
Yeah.
So these things are so important. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that was that. And now we are going to have a panel. And my role is to introduce the panel moderator. And it's a great pleasure for me to do that because I have done so twice before. One time in Norway when he was the Vice Minister of digitalization in this country, which is already so digital. And last year when he was leading a panel debate here in Klaipėda Manifesto. So where are you now? Where are you? Elias Šivilis, here he is. He is the CEO or the General Manager of Invest Lithuania. He's also teaching at the IMS or ISM in Vilnius. But you know, I always like to try to find what is people's passion. And being a digital guy, this young man has more than 3,000 friends on Facebook. I'm one of them, so you know that's why. But if you take a look at his Facebook page, you will see the passion, which is bicycling. And we don't talk about anti-bicycling, we talk about real stuff, bicycling. So, Elias, I'm sure you're in a hurry. Come on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good to have you.
Hey, good day, everyone. We have now most probably the most important part of this conference because I've seen people asking questions to the wrong panels, but now it's a panel on the talents. And we called it Talent is our new amber, and yet it needs to be discovered. Myself, I work for Invest Lithuania, and what we do, we attract foreign direct investors to establish their operations in Lithuania. And according to FDI Analytics, that's a Financial Times department that monitors all the FDI transactions, they say that 56% of all the investment project had this one criteria, which is called talent availability. Second criteria, proximity to the market, it was comparatively marginal. It was just 20% importance. So what we can say that the talent is one of the key drivers for attracting foreign direct investors. So with this in mind, I have to say that this is, for me personally and professionally, a very big topic, a big pain point, and I don't know how to solve it. So that's why I have a very distinction panel with me who will help to solve and discover this amber in this region. So I would like to ask Agne Kavaliauskienė, who is a chief advisor for the talent policy group at the Ministry of Economy and Innovation. Please take a seat. Yeah, then we have Jurgita Raišytė, the talent project manager at Klaipėda ID. Please join in. We have Bridget London, you have already met. Please join us on the stage. And then we have Simona Kutelienė, the head of HR from Klaipėda Nafta. All right. So until the panel gathers, I see you started to clap a little bit. And this is good, because this is the way we communicate. This panel discussion is nothing without you, and it's very important that we have this connection, right? So if you like the statements or sentences or anything, you know what to do, right? Please clap. Fantastic. Yes, you know how to clap. But by the way, do you know if you disagree with something, how to show that? Yeah, this could be an option. But I can tell you how you can disagree, like really silently, not interrupt, someone who is talking. It's not very widely used, but I will show you the trick just for the future. If you disagree with something, you do this. You know what's this? That's bull horns. And then you do this. And that means bullshit. So please do this. All right. But again, I would be also very much privileged if you will be joining this discussion by asking the questions at the end, but also reacting to what we're talking about. And just before I start, I have a question to you. Could you please raise a hand if he or she feels like you're a talent? Who is talent here? Okay, quite several. That's good. So we'll talk about you. And this whole talent topic actually became very important starting 1997, once one of the McKinsey consultants issued a book called A War for Talent. The good news that this war for talent, it's been for a long time, and we already know who the winner is, and that's of course the talent who won. But then still there are many, many aspects that are not covered. So let's try to do that in this conversation. If I may, closer to you. So. I would like to start with Agne, because she represents the ministry, the national level. Do we have a definition what talent is and what talent is not? Yeah, I have another microphone.
Yeah, okay, it's working. Talent definition as such, we do not have it, but we have a definition for skilled workers. Speaking in a legal framework, these are the workers that have high education or tertiary education and 5 years experience. Speaking about IT specialist, that is 3 years of experience. So I would say everyone here in the audience might be regarded as talents, but we're still working on the talent definition being legally framed in the near future. So.
Okay, so it means anyone can call them some talent.
Basically, yes. thinking from the perspective of regular, ordinary people, everyone might be a talent, but speaking and reflecting labor market needs, so the investor and the companies are basically the ones who are saying that who is the talent and who is not. So this is quite controversial, I know, but this is how it is.
Okay, so, but then let's get to something on the ground. Simona, you lead, you are head of HR. Tell us some scary stories about how the war is going on the ground.
You mean how the war for talent is going?
Yes.
Yeah, so just to compliment colleague, I'd say we are all talents, absolutely agree. And for every company, depending what is your industry, what you are selling, what competencies you need, then you kind of level talents on that priority basis. So the war for talents is on the ground now is toughest for engineers. So KN is not an exception. And in Lithuania, it's very popular Korn Ferry remuneration market surveys, and used to be IT. IT were kings in this war. And now we see #1 engineering, and then of course there's production, IT. So this is the reality. Engineers. This is the era of engineers.
All right, but what do you actually do to win those talents?
Currently, we are updating and reviewing our employer branding strategy. So watch out the space. You will hear more. What we are doing, we have updated our strategy. And when attracting talents and speaking to them on interviews, we really see the difference, because they say, wow, 2050 and such an inspiring and ambitious strategy. We want to be in this boat with you. I want to be part of the history, not only locally, kind of for Lithuania, but also on a global level. Yes, I want to make a cleaner, safer, and more prosperous future. And this is really not only the sound words, kind of, but people from various generations are in it. And when you say, come join us, you will be able to develop together and grow together with the company. They are in this mission. They care about the environment, the net zero. That sounds maybe very populistic for some, carbon neutral, but we say we have a goal, we're going towards that, and with liquid energy terminals, with LNG and other new energies, we'll get there. So if you want to be part of that, if you want to be proud telling the story to your grandkids, this wins. And of course the FSRU independence. This is another part that we feel that how we attract when they say, I am working not simply for net profit, but I am working for Lithuania, making Lithuanians proud and then spreading that knowledge abroad. I could talk more and more about that.
Okay, but we just got the concept that even those perceived to be legacy companies are now trying to be fashionable, attractive, very flexible, and many values proposing companies. That's great. And I really liked what Bridget was presenting on this crazy idea, transforming green activists into the business ambassadors. Is that because of the desperate shortage for talents? Or this is just something really works?
I think for me, this is my personal life mission. And I think, you know, it's also my way of, I think, looking at the responsibility that all of us have when we are inside the industries already. I consider us as the bridge builders. Then you have the younger generation, which is the generation cleanup. They have a hell of a mess to clean up after the previous generations. So for me, it's about actually opening up the doors to the power for them to go from fear and frustration and anger, you know, towards us as the older generations.
Wow.
And enabling them, actually taking them for real and utilizing the business capabilities to give them the right framework for transferring their energy and youthful passion and purpose drive to be part of creating the change. And I think that's such a big responsibility for all of us, because now we are in the mid of several huge, not just transitions, but it feels like a total transformation of the world. And then we have the generational gaps. You have the older senior people that are now leaving the workforce that has the most power and the most money. And then you have the youngest one who will have the biggest work, and also they will pay the bills for what we have done before. So in some ways, I feel it's such an urgent issue of connecting those generation gaps.
Right.
Which is also why we focus not only on bringing the generation cleanup in, but also actually looking at how can we also enable and take into use the senior talents to bring their generation kind of career to zero.
Yeah. But you started with very like a bold line. There are problem makers and problem solvers.
Yes.
So can we do that to the audience and ask whom you perceive to be? Who are problem solvers? Ah, just very few. Okay, who are problem makers? Not many. So I think your mission goes successful because we see more problem solvers here and then. All right, but let's then focus now on this amber discovery in Klaipėda region. Can we ask on any statistics or factual data on how that looks, the talent pool in Klaipėda region?
Yeah, Simona was right. We're having a really tough fight regarding the talents, but of course Simona is not going to reveal all the secrets how she gets all her engineers into her company. There are some tactics and strategies. I do understand her, but talking about the numbers, some of them are very concerning, but yet we have to reveal them and we have to know them in order to take some actions and find some solutions. Last year, we had about 7,000 people moving to Klaipėda. The majority of them were Ukrainians. We also had about 900 Lithuanians coming back from foreign countries to Klaipėda, but also the same number left Klaipėda. So the number is about the same. We had each year we have about 250 foreign students coming to Klaipėda, and in total we have about 1,300 of students living here each year and studying here. Unfortunately, only 7% of them are staying after their studies. So it means that other towns and other regions in Lithuania, or maybe even other countries, are more attractive to them. So that's why they're leaving, and this is the big issue. We have to work on that, on this number. We have to increase the foreign students who wants to stay here. So that's the issue we have to address. Some other numbers are also concerning because, for example, only 35% of our students who graduate from schools are staying to study in Klaipėda. Meanwhile, about 90% of students, graduates in Vilnius are studying in Vilnius, and about 75% of students who graduate from schools are staying in Kaunas. So that means that we not only have a fight with Vilnius and Kaunas, we have to probably search for some solutions in our region and maybe some western part of Lithuania. So things have to be changed, and we have to think about probably some other kind of tools and some other kind of measures. As well as I could say that the number of students in Klaipėda is steady right now. It's about 11,000 of them. About 7,000 or 8,000 are studying in higher educational institutions and university. And about 3,000 and a little bit more, 1,000 of them are studying in vocational schools, and as far as I know, about this year, students in vocational schools, the number of students in vocational schools has increased by 8%. So this is really good. So, but still we have some stuff to do here in Klaipėda.
Guys, I don't know about you, but I want to clap because I've just heard an extensive analytical report on the Klaipėda talent pool. That's very interesting. I mean, you've covered so many problems that are underlying in that statistics, like people are running away the city, but then you have migration. I just wonder...
...of the whole talent management, be it talent attraction, reception, retention, and then reputation. We do not need talents to go away, because we know that they might be going away because we're playing in global arena. But if they leave, we want them to leave with the good messages, with a good experience, and share this message with other talents, because we regard them as talent magnets. Because when someone here is highly skilled and he or she has a good experience here in Lithuania, he or she might spread the message, and more people, more highly skilled people will come to Lithuania, work for investors, work for Lithuanian companies, and also diaspora, Lithuanian origin people abroad. They will share this knowledge that lots of things have changed in Lithuania, and they will be, coming back for future jobs and future careers.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting opinion, but I want to ask opinion of the audience. Can you please raise a hand who thinks that this is talent now a #1 priority in this country? Yeah, just 2 people, 3, 4. I think,
I want to react to that.
Yes, please.
This is, I represent Minister of Economy and Innovation, so I speak
look, I mean,
from my perspective, and I know that our minister, the topic of talents is always on the table when meeting investors, foreign companies, and local companies as well. So this
Simona,
is
how
always
is
on
Klaipėda Nafta site? If I open your website, on the first line, what I see?
LNG.
Oh man, where is talent?
Talent, there is a separate section, absolutely. And we put people in the center of everything. But I don't want to sound populistic, because when you ask any HR person...
because my problem is, that we declare one on the presentation, but then in reality, there's a huge gap. And actually, one of the foreigners explained me, he said, I now understood Lithuanians. I said, wow, tell me, because I don't understand. He said, you talk one, you think other, and then you do third thing. And this is what happens also with many of those national stuff, right? All right, but I wanted to ask on Klaipėda Naftas, I mean, how much is that priority on the company? But like, really honestly, behind all those fantastic banners on the website.
So very honestly, it is on a top priority. As a head of HR, being involved in taking part in C-level meetings, reporting same KPIs as any other business KPIs, it shows that on a C-level cares and the board and so top level of a company. So if they are monitoring on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, regular KPIs about people, engagement, turnover, top talent, flight risk, and etc., I think it gives a very good sense that it is on a topic. Plus, if a company not only writes, we're not that company that only hangs out values, but we integrate into all the performance management. We really do our best to kind of walk the talk. And sometimes there are very tough conversations. But culture is another aspect that I think attracts and keeps people.
All right. I would like to jump to Bridget just to ask on the international pressure on this talent question. Is it the same?
Yeah, I think it's even higher on the agenda. I remember I held, I think, my first presentations on the war of talent for the global shipping industry back like 2009. I started doing that and sharing, my message that, we're not competing with each other on talents. We are in the World Cup competing with all the other industries. So we need to, rather than being at war with each other, we need to make a wider talent pool. And that's something that is something we need to do together. We need to do that regionally, nationally, but also globally, because we need to really get the message out how cool these industries are, how amazing it is to work for globally oriented industries that delivers trade and energy to the world. I mean, it's such an important mission, and we have industries that can do a huge difference in the global environment. So But I do think that when I look at Wilhelmsen, when I used to work in the corporate group HR, group CEO has that boom on the agenda, very high up, and also for BW, which is one of the world's biggest shipping companies as well, it's super high up. So whether it's Singapore, Norway, other places, I feel it's really rising, and I feel also that post-COVID has even made it more critical for the maritime companies, that they've seen what is a big critical issue if you can't get seafarers or maritime professionals on land.
All right.
Then we can't do our job.
Yeah, but I have a partial solution, because the other day I was watching on Facebook, some Lithuanian friends were like really freaked out sharing one of the posts from Bangladesh. And in Bangladesh, we have like posters inviting migrants come to Lithuania because there are so many jobs in services, in restaurants, as a waiters, as a kitchen, employees. And my Lithuanian friends were really like freaked out about, oh, now we will have an invasion of the migrants. So my question is, I mean, there is definitely an elephant in this room, right? On one hand, we shout we need talent. On the other hand, we say no, but it's not like we really need those talents. We just need someone like very specific, right? I think also in your daily life, I mean, you still do the candidate selection, you still have high standards. I just wonder how to balance those, two different worlds. Any ideas? Yes. Yeah.
I can talk about the elephant. Well, it's not just the state or, some person. It's all about the ecosystem and stakeholders. So when we talk talents, that is, we talk companies, inclusivity, we talk society, we talk many people who are working, the stakeholders, NGOs, state agencies or ministries. So this is very horizontal matter. So we cannot just point at one person, ministry or agency and say that they will solve all the problems, because this is a long haul. We have to change the mindset of people who would be more willing to accept coming foreigners or diaspora people who are coming here. So this is very, very long haul, and this is game-changing.
Okay, so I just should write down as a comment, guys, you're welcome, but not now. For those Bangladesh migrants.
They are. Well, this is very controversial, so I would not comment on
Bridget,
that.
you had a comment.
Definitely, because I also think that we think way too narrow when we recruit, and I think that's a big challenge, because we recruit based on yesterday's needs. And I think, yes, we need a lot of engineers, but among the key capabilities moving forward is less, actual domain knowledge you can learn, but it's even more about the human capabilities. So the personality traits like grit, openness, curiosity. There are a lot of new capabilities that are needed that doesn't necessarily require the formal education to begin with. So I think we also need to open up more for thinking outside the box when it comes to talents. And myself, I dropped out of school when I was 16, so I was supposed to be a complete failure. So it's something also about enabling and opening up the doors for the unexpected talents that are not necessarily only the A students.
All right.
And I think that can be part of the answer.
Great. I will also do this. Jurgita, can you just tell us how does that in Klaipėda? You mentioned 7,000 foreigners coming in last year. Is there any tension, or there is a huge acceptance? How is it going?
Well, first of all, I have to mention that at the beginning of the summer, we launched and established International House Klaipėda, and it's a huge step for Klaipėda, I suppose, and because it is a one-stop shop for for the foreigners who wants to receive all the services that are needed for them to start their lives and careers in Klaipėda and to study in Klaipėda as well. So all are welcome. Thank you, girls. And I know it's tough for them to be here and to find a job or even to find internship and to learn Lithuanian. The life is not easy, but we all have to learn. And this institution is also helps employers to accept people from foreign countries, right? And the demand in the market right now is really high because, as far as I know, the port companies will need about 2,000 or 3,000 new workers and employees within 2 or 3 years. And
Bangladesh?
yeah, it might be a solution if we won't find talents here because we are not.
So you just make a poster because it was a posters about waiters.
It's
but
not bad. Maybe we can teach them.
Cool.
So yeah, I always look for options and solutions. And of course, the offshore project is also, it will create about 1,200 new job places throughout the project. So we have some challenges here in Klaipėda and we have to solve them. But I can only say again that a lot of education, we have 8 educational institutions in Klaipėda, higher education institutions. All of them are trying to put innovation into these studies, innovate the programs, master's degrees, or it's a bachelor's degrees, or even vocational schools are trying to put some innovation and make their centers more attractive to the students. I know that, for example, a Baltic Gymnasium school, they want to launch an engineering center. They need some help from the town municipality and so on. So we have a lot of initiatives going on, even from the business part, because they are becoming board members of the schools and so on. But what we need exactly from the town, in my opinion, we need some kind of leadership, stronger leadership, and a lot of strong and clear direction where we are going with this. So that could help, I suppose, to all Klaipėda businesses and schools and all our community.
Fantastic. So yes, let's make a clap because I promised that you will have a chance to ask a question, and now this is the time. Please shoot. Do we have on the...
See how it's gonna go, and later on we probably make more of that kind of events.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Work in Lithuania as well, another source. Yeah, another question? Yes, please. We have.
I will just tell you, I'm the one who has changed the country from Lithuania to Denmark, and I was living in Denmark 7 years and come back to Lithuania. The thing what I will ask perhaps for the international business is when you're trying to find the job, especially me, it was in the logistics. Even after the COVID time, it was impossible to find the job where you can work from home online for the international company. And this, I think, is where we should also grow to, because that comes the possibility for the people to come. For example, I could work for the Norway and living in Lithuania, where is all my family. And then it will be more attractive for the people to come to your company.
So who would like to take the question?
Yeah, I will react. Thank you. This is a very good question, and we are working on it because we understand that pandemic was a game changer in terms of labor market, about people working from abroad, working online. And we will be talking to companies, Lithuanian companies, and also foreign investors about sharing the good practices, how very mature companies in integration field can somehow overlap or teach less mature companies in order to attract and to integrate foreign talents, or that be diaspora talents. So we are very aware of the issue. We think this is crucial and we are working on it. So, and I would like to say one more thing.
One more.
Yes.
Small one.
If you have any questions, topics you would like to discuss, just please contact me, Agne Kavaliauskienė at Ministry of Economy and Innovation. This is a small ad, but yes. So I'm the contact person. So
fantastic.
Yeah,
we like
this
leadership that we need it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our time ran out for the panel. I would like to ask to evaluate our audience, and I would like us to clap to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very interesting discussion. I have to say that having been a friend of Lithuania for 10 years now and been quite a lot in Klaipėda and quite a lot in Vilnius, I can only say one thing, that you talked about elephant in the room. I have been, with a smile, telling my Lithuanian friends for 10 years now that one big elephant in the room is that I see you as, and I say this with a smile, homophobic and xenophobic. And bring that with you, because if you walk the streets of Klaipėda, the streets of Vilnius, all you see is what you see. No? Norway is different. And then I add, you are probably 30 years after Norway and Scandinavia. And that's good, because we have been there a long time with many things. And then I add that until 1979 or something, it was forbidden to be gay in Norway. Most people don't know that, because they see Norway as this free country. Young people don't know that. But it's been a big change in Norway. We got the first immigrants in the 60s, 70s. We are trying to avoid what is happening in Sweden. So it's always a balanced word. But I think you need to open up your minds and everything else for that. And I say that with smile and love. Okay?
Yes, thank you. And this is why I talked about stakeholders and society.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, that was it. Thank you.
So I don't know about you, Tom, but I need my energy back since it was a session after lunch break. So let's get some coffee and get back here at 3 for the last session.
Enjoy.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. People who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnę aplinką, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.
Welcome back. How's your energy level for the last session? Ready? Okay, I'm very excited about the last session because it's called Port at the Center. So it's a very important topic for me and for us here in Klaipėda. Port activity sector is a very crucial to the European economy. Ports are essential infrastructures of commercial and strategic importance. They are critical to EU trade, with the majority of goods passing through them. And many ports are also energy centers, supplying energy to vessels and serving as import points for clean energy sources. However, port development involves many challenges like environmental concerns, climate change adaptation, balancing economic growth and sustainability, stakeholders' engagement, technological innovations, regulatory complexities, infrastructure investment, security, supply chain integration, social impacts, biodiversity preservation, and waste management. It's crazy how many challenges we face. And I am from the port, and I hope you remember yesterday's presentation, which was done by the Director General of Klaipėda Port himself, that Klaipėda Port already took actions towards that greener future, such as offshore wind installation hub, hydrogen production facilities, OPS stations, southern port expansion plans for the green shipping, ship recycling, and green energy terminals. So we're heading towards the future. And maybe, Tom, you have something to add on that?
Yeah, I just want to say that to me and to many people who in this audience who have been here for some days now, I came here on Thursday night to be part of the Portathon starting on Friday. We mentioned that already. And that was really interesting to see those challenges being presented by different actors, like also Port of Oslo and also Metropolitan University, and the categories were kind of energy and port structure, and then it was security and cybersecurity, and then it was well-being, which is also quite important. So, energy and sustainability, basically. So I think that ending this conference, because this is our last session, and ending it with the port, because everything has to do with the port. If you don't have a port, you're not a maritime nation, and so on and so forth. So the port is very important.
It is at the center.
Important port.
Yeah, the important port.
Okay.
And so I'm very excited that today we have a very special guest, Isabella Rikpost. She is the Secretary General of the European Seaports Organization, which is an organization uniting all European ports, and it's the main one in Europe. So before taking up this function, Isabella has been working as director of the European Federation of Inland Ports and senior advisor of ESPO for 4 years. So Isabella, please come here to join us on stage. She will talk more about Europe's seaports at the crossroads of transitions and crisis, impact and policy challenges.
Thank you for the introduction, and it's so nice to see Ports at the Center as a title in a conference. Thank you for this invitation, and I'm very happy to be here in Klaipėda, which is an important port, an important member of ESPO, an active member of ESPO, so it's very nice to be here. So I will try to be brief and so that we can have the debate, or that I'm not eating into the debate, let's say. So as it was introduced, and I would like to refer to the panel before, was about problem makers and problem solvers. So we are a bit both at the same time. We are often, as ESPO, problem makers for the Commission, because we are sometimes very critical about upcoming legislation, but we also try to be at the same time problem solvers for our ports, and to see that we can defend the interests of the ports and have the legislation that fits. So it was said in the introduction again, but this is a slide that we produced, or a definition, or we looked at all the activities of ports that ports have in Europe or can have in Europe, the roles that they fulfill. And this is an old one, an old slide, because I think we use it already for 8 years. And you see that there are like functions like hubs of energy, which 8 years ago, a lot of our members were saying, oh, this doesn't count for us. You know, we are not that. Okay, but you can add it as a function of the port, but we don't have it. Where nowadays, everyone has it. The same is about being part of an emergency supply chain. This was by request of our Finnish members at the time, so who had it at that time very active on their radar, and it was also something, okay, we put it, but you know, for us it doesn't count that much. And now all ports see it. We have seen it to COVID. We have seen it with the energy supply crisis, with the war in Ukraine, that it's very topical also, and for every port in Europe. So we are really multitaskers. So what I wanted to just different things that I briefly want to go through in the remaining minutes, and I directly dive into it, because if we say the ports are part of the energy transition, or are important ports and energy transition, it is in fact a lot is happening in port, which means that you also, if you do a lot, you emit a lot. And that means that you have to decarbonize the port, but this means not only the port authority, but also mainly all the actors in the port. And then the second thing is that, luckily, we are also part of the solution. So if we want to decarbonize the economy and society, there ports in Europe can play an important role. And what is, it's here again, and I think I can pass to the next slide as well, because in the positive role, it's ports are mission driven. We are a bit hybrid. Most of the ports are at the same time public, but also commercial. But because they have this public side, they really want to do things, maybe also without a direct return on investment, things that are a bit more difficult. So they do not only look at commercial interest, but this is also very challenging, because they also have to earn their money. They have to also finance the investments and the infrastructure. And then it's also important to know that ports have always been important for energy, also with the fossil energies. So 40% what goes in and out of a port are sources of energy. And this will also be with the new energies, ports will play an equally important role. And here I reiterate, hubs of energy, landing points for blue economy and for offshore energy ports are, and they are also an ideal location for circular economy, and certainly linked to towns. The energy of the port can become the waste of the port can become the energy for the town, and the waste of the town can become the energy for the port. This is in a nutshell, but it's what is happening, for instance, also in ports like Amsterdam, who are investing in that. But what does it mean? Becoming an energy hub, playing this role, it means that you will have a lot of new infrastructure, and this is a message we have to voice to the people around the port, that you can't go for green energy, you can't have this energy transition just with planting trees. This will mean all the new energies will come with new infrastructure. Not only new infrastructure, but also with a lot of space. We commissioned a study 2 years ago from Royal Haskoning, and who came to one of their conclusions was like for energies like hydrogen, you need 5 times as much space than for the classical energies. And this is because of reconversion, of lower density, safety requirements, perimeters, etc. So this is, I think, important, and an important dialogue we ports have to have with the citizens, with the city around us. So if we want to deliver this energy to the economy, to the society, give us also some space or accept that there will be extra infrastructure. It will also mean other supply chains, new connections, pipelines, new modes of transport, risky investments, because the port will invest in technologies that maybe are not certain at the moment. We do not know who will be the winner in 10 years or 20 years' time. Everyone is looking into new technologies, and we just, as a port, imagine being a port, it's a long-term investment, it's heavy assets, so you have to plan, you have to look into the future, but you do not exactly know what the future will bring. So maritime connectivity, there I'd say, because we will also, as ports, we will not produce it all ourselves. We will also import, some will export. We will import, but maybe from ports outside the EU. So this means that you will also have maybe to partner up with ports outside the EU. And this can be enhanced at EU level with the Global Gateway project. It means also different partners and cooperation. And this is also very important because energy transition and all the challenges that we face exceed often the competence and I mean the capacity, let's say, of one player. So these skills, I think the session before on talents was very clear on that. And port governance, this is maybe also an important one to mention. Ports in Europe are mainly in their classical role landlord ports, so terminals, etc., are left to private partners, commercial partners. But we see that in these new roles, and I think Klaipėda, the port of Klaipėda, with their initiatives on hydrogen are a good example. They will take maybe a more proactive role, maybe become an investor, an operator in this whole energy field. So new requirements, and then I look a bit at what are we obliged as ports to do, because it's also a part of the game, and you know the Green Deal, I think everyone knows that, it's net zero, Europe net zero by 2050, Fit for 55, what do you have to do concretely to diminish the emissions by 2030, by 55%. And then I won't explain it in detail, but just for you to know, we have an alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, a new one that has been decided, which obliges ports by 2030 to have onshore power supply at container, at ferry, and at cruise terminals. There are thresholds. You have to have a certain amount of calls per year to have this infrastructure on your terminals. But this means lots of money, lots of investments. There is in the Fuel EU Maritime, in principle, an obligation for the shipping lines to use this infrastructure, but there are also some ways not to use it if they use other means of net zero technologies or fuels. Then there is the emission trading system, which means that if, as a shipping line, you are polluting, let's say, then you pay a charge. Or you green or you pay. That is, in fact, the big principle in the long term, but given the scope, because this is an EU initiative, there are, and we see some ways that there would be certain carbon leakage, business leakage, that shipping lines being economic operators will try to maybe escape to ports outside the EU if they can. Remains to be seen. Energy taxation directive, this is not final yet, so I will leave that for a while. So the other thing, because that was the greening aspect, but we are discussing a lot at European level, I think also here in Lithuania, the resilience, how to be resilient. There are different initiatives that also cross these greening initiatives. And let's directly dive into Repower EU. This is an initiative of the EU. In the short term, they say we should see that we have the energy. So that was last winter. So where coal and even Europe was seeing where do we need to maybe step up in the short run, like the provision of oil or the real fossil energies, because we need to heat and to light, etc. And then in the longer run, we have to enhance the independence from Russia, really speed up this decarbonization. with precise goals. So there we mentioned them. So that is one initiative. The other initiative, which is also very important, is saying we are not only in Europe, but in the whole world, working on decarbonization. This gives a lot of space to new energy and new industries, new economies that come out, new players, etc. Let's see that we as Europe are not giving that away to economies, industries outside Europe. So let's see that we have these industries in Europe. We as ESPO have said, okay, you can look at the production, where do you have these new industries, but let's also speak about the supply chains that come with it. If we want to boost, for instance, offshore energy, wind energy, it's very fine, but if you have a very nice offshore islands in front of your coast, but your ports are not equipped, or the hinterland connections are not there to bring, or from in one direction or another, the wind blades, then you cannot boost this technology. So this is very important as well to see, because also ports can be a location for these new industries. So I leave it here. I maybe just go quickly to some conclusions, but we can discuss further. I think what is important, I will not go into all of these, but we speak now about ports as energy hubs. Does this mean that they are not logistic hubs anymore? No, not at all. So it's and. Ports will do more than before. This is very important to realize. The portfolio of ports is becoming wider. So that is also challenging, also for skills, also for space, for everything. We need this acceptance from the society, the communities around, for this new role, for this wider and more important role. Also to understand that ports are strategic assets. This is very important. But what the good thing is, because you can say it's challenging, ports will need more space, but we can also mean a lot more for the city, because we can be the supplier of the energy. You will have new skills that you can attract to the port. And we will work also to a no pollution port, which means that port and city can probably more easily intertwine. I mean, you won't have the port on one side and the city on the other side in the future, but maybe you can just have it all around. And the final thing as well, I think, is what is very important, is to say that that ports must have the tools, and not all ports in Europe have the tools. So that you must, because you have to develop your strategy long term, but realities are changing overnight, so you have to be flexible, to be able to be resilient, to react to sudden changes. So it's very important to have the tools as Port Authority, and also to count on a legislation that is quite flexible and allows you to react and to help meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. So I leave it here. I have some other slides, but I guess we can discuss and they will be sent later on. Thanks.
Thank you. My God, when I see all this, I wonder how the port director can sleep at night. This was quite comprehensive, and I guess you can add to this also the security aspect. If any rogue nation would like to invade Lithuania, I'm sure that the port would be on his list of what first things to take out. So this is a lot. My job now is to introduce a new speaker, another speaker. He is Belgian, and he has a Belgian name, of course, so we have been struggling with that name. But his name is Patrick van Kouwenberger, something like that. And he is actually from he was educated in economics at University of Ghent. And then actually he has a master's degree from CAS in London, which is now called BASI because of woke and renaming. He's already 30 years active in the maritime industry. He worked for the port of Zeebrugge. There he was active in the economic department, lobbying towards the European Union, setting up EU projects, finding opportunities in the Brexit challenges. The port of Zeebrugge merged with the port of Antwerp in 2022 and is now the port of Antwerp-Bruges. His current responsibilities are the economic relations with the chambers of commerce, embassies, the preparation of economic missions, and receiving high-level visitors. He is speaker, author, and co-author of different port-related studies, papers, and publications. And his last achievement, having to do with all these embassies, which is also rewarding him for having 6 years of Latin studies in secondary school, so he will also go to Rome and read Latin on the walls, is that he, in September last month, received a prize or an order, Ordine della Stella Cavaliere from Italy. So he doesn't have it with him today or on him today, but he is with him in his mind, I'm quite sure. So Patrick, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have the pleasure to speak here in Klaipėda as one of the last speakers, and maybe as the king said, King Henry said to his several wives, I will not take it very long. My presentation is ports at the center. And as the introduction said, we have done, yes, an important thing. It was the merger between two ports. The port of Antwerp, a large port, a port that did the year before the merger 240 million tons of goods, with a medium-sized port, the port of Zeebrugge, 50 million tons. So the total tonnage last year was about 290 million tons, and that makes us the number 2 in Europe. And gives us also, you saw all the challenges, and we can sleep at night, so we can sleep, but in the morning we are woken up with a lot of questions, challenges, and so on. But I have now 1,700 colleagues and dedicated teams that are working on digitalization, innovation, geopolitical challenges. So it's a topic that is, yes, very highly on the agenda. So a global port, and maybe some of you have visited already Belgium. You see the two places. On the right-hand side, you see the Belfry Tower. So that are the civil powers of a city. And the ecclesiastical powers is the church, is the cathedral that you can see on the left-hand side. That's the Cathedral of Antwerp. So the port platforms, 2 port platforms, 1 port, a limited company with a public shareholder. The shareholders are the cities of Antwerp and Bruges. And the distance between the 2 port platforms, it's 80 kilometers. Now you see the different platforms, the layout. So the platform Antwerp is alongside the Scheldt River. The size, the square meters, it's 5 times the square meters that we have on the platform in Bruges. Total throughput I've said to you. We are with some specific characteristics that we have the largest car handling capacity in the world. So we have 3 million new cars yearly through our ports. And we are the number 2 in the world for the chemical hub. So you have to go to the US, to Houston, to visit and see the number 1. The number 2, it's the platform in Antwerp. And then a role that was especially very important the last 12 months, that is we have in the outer port. So you see on the left-hand side the platform in Bruges, and you see we have 2 breakwaters into the sea. On one of those breakwaters, we have an LNG platform that is working since 1987, so already more than 30 years. We had the first important vocation, that was the SECA, the sulfur emission areas, that was 2015, and Klaipėda is also included in this area. So that was also a vocation that we are one of the petrol stations for the future, that we can provide, or we sell liquefied natural gas. But of course, suddenly happened last year, February the 24th, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And then all the member states in the European Union looked angrily to what is their internal energy balance. and Germany saw 80% vulnerability to Russian gas, Central Europe, Austria, 70%, and so on. Italy, also 65%. So each country searched a way out, and we could provide quite a lot of volumes in liquefied natural gas that we sell to Central Europe and to Germany. Proof of that, of course, we see it in the figures. You see it also in the vulnerability indexes. But also, we had the visits of, so you know, in Germany, you have regional authorities, Länder. So we had the visit of several minister presidents of those Länders. But we had at Valentine's Day of this year, the Prime Minister, Olaf Scholz, who came to Germany, who came from Germany to Zeebrugge, to Beck, it's not to Beck, to politely ask, please keep the good relationship and keep us providing liquefied natural gas. Secondly, and I will speak later on the possibilities, we are aware that liquefied natural gas is still a fossil thing. It's an intermediate thing. It's not carbon-free totally. And so one of the solutions will be in other alternative fuels, and there hydrogen, it's the modern word, last 12 months. You can spend whole days and weeks in attending conferences, meetings, and online gatherings on hydrogen. And so the port platform in Zeebrugge and Antwerp, so the port of Antwerp-Bruges, is strongly involved in what's happening in the hydrogen field. And we are following up, and we would like to be also the pioneer in this. Now, changing world, a global port therein. You said it, and Isabelle Reckbos said it also. We have several things. We have something that we cannot handle, extreme weather. So we had in the summertime, this summer, very hot temperatures in Central Europe, 40 degrees, 45 degrees. Not this summer, but last summer, you had also a problem in Germany on the Rhine River, that the level of the water was not deep enough for the inland barges. So water, extreme weather, hot weather, it's one thing. Then we faced all the pandemic, COVID, Corona. We know everything, hybrid working, online, Teams, Zooms. We have a lot of experience therein. Then the energy crisis that was from February last year, the jump in the energy prices, and this, what happened this weekend, we see again the jump of those prices reflected in the goods. We have the Russia war. We have the special position of China. We have Chinese investments in our ports. We have traffics with China. So we have to deal with it. We had a max inflation figure of almost 10% into the European Union last year. And we have, and that was the previous panel, also in Belgium and, say, Central Europe, Northwestern Europe, we have the war on talent and the job, the scarcity of people. Well, we are an old continent, say it so, and young people. Yeah, we have young people, but the birth rate is not so high. So we have the market, the labor market has totally changed between demand and supply. Now you see the Russia war, you know, the two people there. So the global GDP, you see the differences. On the left-hand side, you see China, the role that China is playing, the US, and then the European Union. And then the graph on the right-hand side, it's very well, the countries with the highest GDP on Earth, the global figures, and you see the moving position from China and the US, where the role of the United States is decreasing. Now, that was what I said, Olaf Scholz and Zeebrugge. Then inflation, so the global figure reached last year almost 10%. Of course, you have two things therein. You have inflation figure without petrol products, and then you have with petrol products. But this was a huge challenge to deal with because your whole supply chain, with all those factors together, not collapse, but at a certain day with Corona, COVID, the first month was really, there was no supply chain longer from, it came from China and it went to Europe, and so it moved to the US. So you have the pictures in plastic bags. I hope there were some holes in, because otherwise you are suffocated. So the different challenges that we are dealing with, and we are working with a lot of platforms. For example, we have a port community system, Next Port. We have also Chain Port. That's a gathering of the top 20 CEOs of the top 20 ports in the world. And I will be in the panel with Göteborg, so the CEO of Göteborg was there also. And then you see here what's happening with the containers from China. You can name it consolidation, light decrease, but we are still not on the growth path. So supply chain, you had a difference there also in the changing balance between onshoring, nearshoring, and offshoring. You see all the words and what was happening. So a huge challenge for the manufacturers that are making up products and are trying to do trade and doing export-imports of goods, because you had really unpredictable supply chains, certainly in Europe, but it was widespread all over the world. So that's the weather, the extreme weather that we had. And then you see also the weather, the temperatures, very high. So in vain of all those, we are not desperately looking into the world, but we are facing quite a lot of disruptive factors, but still we are a reliable gateway and we can guarantee the trade. So my CEO is also participating at the COP meetings, because energy transition, it's such an important thing. Hydrogen, it's one of the solutions, but we are convinced that we have to offer the market all alternative fuels. And this gives an overview of how it is, but I think the slides will be distributed later on, and then you can do analysis, how it comes in and goes out, and how we are making a real circular economy. So we are really a lever for global hydrogen supply chain. So we are doing in those energy transition quite a lot of initiatives on the sustainable energy field, also the industrial. So we have a lot of industry in our port, but also on the shipping. We spoke about shipping emissions of vessels, but we offer also all the fuels. We have also onshore power supply, named also as cold ironing, so that you link the vessel to the network in the port. And we have tugboats that are sailing on methanol and on hydrogen. So if you have further questions, I'm still here, so thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Patrick. You can still take a seat before the panel. And we're moving on to the last panel of this conference, which will be moderated probably by the calmest person in the room. And if for some reason these challenges will provoke some heated discussion, he will make it the most rational one. Although he's been in the maritime industry for more over the year, his knowledge base is incredible. So I want to introduce you to my colleague, Džiugas Šaulys, who doesn't count working hours and always strives for the best results. And today he will moderate the panel discussion about the role of ports in the confrontation with global trends, geopolitics, energy transformation, zero pollution goals, and community involvement. Džiugas Šaulys, he is responsible for marketing, communication, and commercial activities at Klaipėda State Seaport Authority. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Simona, for your kind introduction. And you asked Patrick to take a seat, but actually I will do vice versa.
I'm sorry.
I would like all of you, my dear panelists, to join me on the stage so that I can introduce you, those two persons who were not introduced yet. And the audience, I would like to ask you to fill this gap with a round of applause.
Woo!
Yeah, please, yeah, join us here. I hope all of you have your microphones. Before we start, there are two persons who weren't introduced yet. I will start from Patrick Benrik from the port of Gothenburg. Patrick is a head of strategic development and innovation, and his primary focus is on decarbonization of the maritime sector and creation of sustainable transport corridors to and from Scandinavia. So that is quite impressive, and we will definitely talk about that. We also have Christian Blauert. He is Global Director, Port and Terminal Development at the American consultant and engineering firm Moffat & Nichol. Welcome here, Christian. Christian has more than 25 years background in maritime industry, so 25 times more than me, and has managed both single terminals as well as big terminal groups. And he is also working quite actively in Lithuania, since he is now based in Vilnius, although originally from Hamburg. And of course, we have Isabel Riegbost, who was already presented, and Patrick von Kauenberge from the port of Antwerp-Bruges. And before we start our discussion, I just like to give a brief intro to our topic. Well, during those 2 days of the conference, we covered topics starting from Lithuanian Maritime Strategy. That was a presentation from our MP, Valdas Rakutis. Then we went to energy transformation, net zero targets, offshore wind, where we focused mainly on our port of Klaipėda. We discussed climate change and other environmental issues, coastal tourism, geopolitics, and lastly also war on talent. And there is at least one thing that unites all of those diverse topics, and that is that the presence of ports in all of those before mentioned issues. That's why in this session we turn the spotlight to ports, and in particular European seaports. As you can see, we have a fully international composition of this panel, which I'm very happy about, and this is done intentionally. As it was well mentioned yesterday, in maritime industry we naturally tend to cooperate with our foreign partners rather than Lithuanian, because in Lithuania we're pretty lonely. We are the only seaport. So we have to learn from the other seaports which are on the other side of the sea. The first topic which I would like to start from is the net zero sustainability targets. We clearly see the high ambition set by the European Union, and we see that the industry players themselves are setting targets for them. And one of the most visible issues here is that to reach those targets, we need projects that are very expensive, that are risky, and that are not bringing a very quick business value. And therefore, I'd like to ask how to solve those issues and how ports are dealing with them. First of all, we will give some rest to Isabel and Patrick from Antwerp and Bruges. And Patrick from Gothenburg, Gothenburg Port has raised some ambitious sustainability targets to reduce CO2 emissions by 70% until 2030. Can you describe those key projects and how your port addresses those issues that I mentioned?
Well, for sure, and well, first of all, thank you for the introduction and thanks for being here. It's a pleasure to be in Klaipėda, for sure. So, but as you mentioned, reduction of 70% CO2 emissions from 2010 to 2030. If that was only for the port's own activities, our office, our bicycles, our source of energy, it would be an easy task, and we have achieved that. Then, as being a landlord port, of course, we need to work very actively together with the terminal operators. The good thing on that is that we have long relationships with them. We're long relationships with the container terminal operator, with the ro-ro terminal operator. All of that is good. We can have a tight relationship. We can share investment costs and we can share risks also. The downside of that is that we have very long concession agreements, 25 years concession agreements, which means that when signing them agreements, in our case back in 2011, 2012, we couldn't foresee future demands for the forthcoming 25-year period. So good and bad to have these very long relationships. But we work very tightly with our terminal operators to incentivize them to take steps towards, in particular, the electrification of the terminals. It's good, it's doable, there are products on the market to solve that. Can we help them out? Yes, as a port authority we can help them out providing charging capacity, for example. We can take all the dialogue when it comes to grid capacity from a city perspective. So that still is a doable task, I would say. On the truck side, more difficult because the truck side is so diverse. We need to talk to cargo owners and we do that. We need to talk to truck manufacturers and we do that. We have invested already now in 2 different plants with charging stations for trucks. We are building this year now a hydrogen filling station for trucks. But we don't own any trucks, we don't buy any trucks. So it's up for us to provide the infrastructure, you may say, and for the market to use. This is still quite doable. The most tricky part, and I should soon stop, the most tricky part is of course how to reach out to shipping companies, because we know that the largest part of the emissions connected to our environmental target, it will come from the emissions from the seaside. So how do we work together with international shipping companies to help and accelerate the transition from today's fuels to alternative fuels? That for sure is the biggest challenge.
Okay, and here, Isabel, maybe you have a comment about this partnership with the shipping lines. This is something that has to be solved on a more global basis, not just from one port side.
Yes, and I think I was nodding already because this is really, I think, the important thing that you can save a lot of money by knowing what your customers will do. And this is, as we see a bit, because I'm often in conferences and whatever, and then shipping lines say, yeah, and the ports should invest, and the ports, we wait for the ports to have onshore power supply, we wait for, and then I speak to the ports, and they say, they have onshore power supply, they ask for shipping lines, can you use it, do you want to test it? And they do not find customers who want to test it. I mean, I'm not speaking in global, but we see that it's a very difficult thing. And so I think this dialogue should be there between the shipping lines, and that we know that also the ports know what will my customer use and what is my customer planning. So because it's not preparing like in a candy shop for every taste something, it's big investment, so at least that you can fine tune, and then probably as well ports together through the green corridors maybe to narrow a bit as soon as possible the choices. And also then the other part is in the legislation that there is some flexibility, because now there is a huge plan for developing onshore power supply. This is good, but if it's used in the end, and there we have quite some question marks in the longer run.
You had some remark.
Yes, I mean, on the onshore power supply side, we will certainly scale that up. We had our first onshore power supply in place already 23 years ago, so it's been a long time now. So that's good, but certainly now we will scale it up in the coming 5 or 6, 7 years. But that also takes this deep dialogue with the shipping companies to tell them and say, we're going to be ready by year this and that. When are you going to be ready? And that should be a creative, a constructive dialogue rather than, well, it could be challenging also, but to take that, spend that time taking that dialogue, both trying to find out when are the vessels to be ready, when do we need to be ready, but also what's the fuel that you prefer, you think, DFDS, Maersk, whoever it is. Each and every one of these different shipping lines will, for certain reasons, make their own choices. And it's needed for us to be ready and have their picture. So that dialogue, it takes time, but it certainly is valuable.
I would like to move to the port of Antwerp-Bruges. could you, Patrick, please comment, how do you involve the industry players in your port and engage in reaching those targets that we've discussed, sustainability and the net zero? The microphone should be on, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, so we are in constant dialogue with all the parties, and we try to convince each party to the common goal. But it's the challenge to really what has been described. We know what we can do. The stevedoring companies are also looking around because the shipping line, that's a mystic box, their decision-making process. But we have, at least we speak with each other. We attend several conferences from shipping lines also. And we try to find, and I think I'm quite convinced that my colleagues from Göteborg knows also, if you name a shipping line, what's their policy for the coming years. But it's not as carved in stone. It's not that we see names that said 2-3 years ago we go for that. That in the evolution of knowledge, scientific knowledge, and also expertise with handling the different fuels. This gives consequences, and we have, and that's a challenge for the Port Authority, stevedoring companies and the port areas to play in that game or rules.
Thank you. And one very interrelated topic that we've been discussing quite a lot during both days of this conference is the energy transformation. I'd like to address Christian. Christian, you are consulting the ports across the globe. And what trends do you see related to sustainability targets and energy transformation? What do ports ask to you from your
Firstly, we work for all. We work for port administration, for port authorities, for the terminal operator a lot, and also for the shipping lines here and there, because and there I'm not fully with you, because there is a trend in the terminal operators that are taking over for shipping lines. Yeah, so we see the current deal in Hamburg. Yeah, so more and more they are integrated.
Christian,
and
I'd like to ask you to use your microphone
closely.
closely.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, we saw the deal in Hamburg. So the terminal operators more and more will be taken from the shipping lines, which is a trend we see. We call it supply chain integration, where more and more it's not about make the vessel very effective or make the port very effective. It's about the whole chain. Yeah, and the most ineffective, most probably, is always the last and the first mile. Yeah, so we all know this. The port's working very well, the terminals also. When we talk about net zero, and there is a huge wave in this moment of restructuring the existing port environments on the terminal operator side. It typically comes with modern equipment. It typically automatically comes with a question, can we automate? Yeah, and this usually comes with electrification. That's not a question, it's standard, it's in every project. So there is a trend for net zero. What we usually highlight with our clients is that we also say, don't firstly think about investment. I like this risky investment comment also. And everybody immediately has in mind, oh, I need to buy new equipment, this and this. What we usually say is, look in the running operations. So operate in a most efficient way, because no waste of resources in the running operation is the basement for putting investment on. Yeah, I can give you an example out of my former hobby. I was managing a 3 million TEU terminal in Hamburg. Yeah, and of course there came all this, now we have to measure and we have to do. I'm quite sure in Gothenburg same happened. And then we had a not so efficient yard logistics. I had many shifters in the yard, so I implemented a tool to avoid shifters and operate more efficient, which was the most efficient green measure I have taken in this year, because I just not used my resources so intensively. So, and I think this in all projects is our first question is, can we not firstly help you to get the basement? And then on top of it, we look what new technology and what new trends and what new investment we can do for you. And we see it widely, so in all our client structure.
Thank you, Christian. And moving on to more practical examples related to energy transformation, we've been speaking about the hydrogen production in Klaipėda port. I know that there are plans also in port of Gothenburg. So Patrick, maybe you can expand a bit on that. How do you see that? It's rather, well, some people say it's rather a risky investment, but you are doing it. Why and how is it going to work?
That's true. We're doing it. It's a 5 megawatt project, so it's a small-scale project not for us, but for the Norwegian investor Statkraft. So there is a Sweden-Norwegian link, and Lithuania-Norwegian link also. The environmental permission process is being handled at the moment. Hopefully we can start that project during next year. Not this year, I think. Probably we will come into next year. So a 5 megawatt project. Our prime interest in that is to partly show that hydrogen is I mean, there are several different uses of hydrogen in a close-to-port environment. And I can see from the developer's point of view, what they need from us is, well, partly they need area, I mean land, of course, and they would need an acceptable lease agreement for, say, 5, 7, 10 years, something like that. But even more so, I would say, they would need our help opening up the doors to potential off-takers, because the market isn't really mature yet. So I think that's our closest relationship with Statkraft, that we try and help each other to find customers for the hydrogen being produced close by. So that's partly why we go ahead and build the hydrogen tank station for trucks. So the hydrogen produced locally will be used in the tank station. We will look into transforming our shunting locomotive from diesel operation today into hydrogen operation instead. And then also for terminal tractors at this Gothenburg Ro-Ro terminal. So we try and help the hydrogen plant developer to find potential customers. That's probably our main contribution to success in this case. So yeah, hopefully project start will be first half of next year or so.
In Antwerp and Bruges, we have, as you showed, Patrick, in the presentation, quite a huge chain. The whole supply chain is thought through, and it's not about producing only, it's about import and export. Can you expand on that a bit more?
So we have several challenges. One of the things, it's the industry in our port of Antwerp Bruges, and they produce carbon, so we will capture the carbon and export it. That's one thing, but there will be a huge need for hydrogen, and we are also we have the building permits, we did the studies, and say spring next year we will build it, a facility in Zeebrugge and a facility in Antwerp, 25 will it be. So that will give and create energy, but we are also importing green hydrogen, and we have signed different agreements with Chile, Oman, and so on, because the demand for hydrogen is important. And then we are following, it's the same rule also, we have already a tugboat with hydrogen. It's to have it in the fingers, what's handling hydrogen, what is the experience. If we can do it with a small tugboat with a lot of power, then you can follow also the reasoning for large vessels. As Port Authority, if you are speaking with stevedoring companies, with shipping lines, what is the challenge in handling hydrogen? But yeah, we are on the same path. Maybe the only thing is the scale of the operations. And we are following eagerly what's happening. I think there are several, I have all the lists of councils and lobby groups on hydrogen in Belgium, in Europe, worldwide, where we are playing an important role, because we are convinced that we are the gateway to entering with that energy for Belgium, for Germany, very important, the Ruhr area alongside the Rhine River, an important industrial field with a lot of consumption, production, and an important need of energy.
We have to wrap up as our time for this panel is running out. And I'd like to get some short few sentences from you, each of you, about the future. And I would like to start from Isabel. You mentioned already in your presentation several things that what ports are facing now, that there will be a need for more space, You mentioned some things about community relations, that we will not reach green targets only by planting trees. And this is a quote that I will take away from your presentation. And this shows that with every transformation, there are some pains that we have to go through. So maybe could you please address those main pains that you see and what the future will look like?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Hello? Yes. Pains, I would say pains and opportunities. I think that there are pains and it's these risky investments and an unclear pathway. I mean, we have to speed up in the mist. And so this is the main challenge for a port, because a port project, ports are heavy assets. So it's planning, it's getting the financing, getting the authorizations, and these are heavy processes, and you have to speed up fast and make the right decisions. So you will need the help by help in the acceptance, but also help in funding, and we will get, you know, if we facilitate the greening of shipping, it's not only because of the port, it's for the shipping sector. So we need the help from different stakeholders. And this is something that will be getting the financing and getting the support, and also getting the recognition of the important role of ports, and get also a good balance in power between the ports, port managing bodies, and these giants in shipping lines, and now giants investing in the hinterland, because this is a new, the vertical integration is probably a new challenge upcoming.
Patrick, can we move on to you?
Yeah, so very challenging times, and really, maybe it's already said several times, we are working and living in a totally new world. If you compare to 5 years ago, it was a stable world and so on, but all sorts of changes. So we are facing those challenges with human capital and the jobs, and also technically skilled people. So in Western Europe, you have that, maybe not enough, because there's scarcity, but we have very good skilled people. But the capital need is there, but I'm convinced we will find solutions for that. Yeah, it's a way forward, and I think each generation had their challenges. We are facing them, but I'm convinced that we will find solutions.
Well, me too. I'm positive, really positive to. I mean, waking up every morning, going to work, it's a great thing, really. What's the pain? Well, the beauty to start with. The beauty is that we need to collaborate all along the value chain. That's the beauty of it. Public companies, private companies, Swedish, international companies. We need to find each other. Yeah? That's the beauty. The challenge with that is, of course, that it takes time. I would probably come to the conclusion many times it's too slow. Things move too slowly. It takes time. You need to be patient. Yes, you need to push a little bit. Maybe also from a port perspective, and perhaps here in Klaipėda you have the opportunity of being a government-owned port rather than a municipality-owned port. Good or bad? I mean, for us, I think, are we restricted as a municipality-owned port? In a way, when it comes to being the investor, taking the investor's role, maybe we could have, from a financial point of view, we could have put in that extra investment. We have the luxury to look at it in the longer-term perspective, but from a port perspective, what can we do? What can we not do? When do we interfere with the private market? That perhaps to me is somewhat pain, but I need to accept that and keep on being positive.
Christian, what future for Klaipėda do you see? You've seen many ports across the world. Now you are quite often here in Klaipėda. Please describe what the future is like.
I think Klaipėda will do the same future as we see in many ports, and Klaipėda is an impressive, highly diversified port. Yeah, so I just had recently one of my best colleagues from US here. He was very impressed from US. He had not really a good eye on Lithuania, and he saw Klaipėda and he was really impressed. So all the things discussed the last 2 days will happen and have to happen here in Klaipėda. So we will see new technologies. Same as in other projects, we always emphasize knowing that the port industry is a slow-moving industry. So asset lifetime is so long, so what we need to do, in the moment we do the investment decision, You need to take the proven, but the best technology there, because it will need to fly 30, 50, 40, 50 years. Yeah, so there should be no hindering with too conservative decisions. Financing, let me say it's from location to location different, and of course Lithuania is different. We don't see so much as a problem. We work a lot with the big infrastructure funds. There is pension money. They don't want to go on the stock market or whatever. They want a 4 or 5% stable thing. They are knocking our doors. Do you know good projects? So for us, it's more, there is money in the world. It's all this money has to be invested in infrastructure. Investment is a safe and good investment, and we should use it. Yes. So, and then as a trend, I would like to highlight digitization. Digitization helps us on two things. One is the intelligent usage of the infrastructure, and I like very much also the statement, Port Authority from landlord in between to operator. We focus some port authorities say, oh, I'm landlord, this is not my, but we say, hey, there are so many stakeholders in your port. Yeah, at least you should have transparency what they are doing. And do you have enough tugboats, pilot boats, bunkering vessels, services, whatever? Yeah, so, and are they really working nicely together? This can also be waste of resources, and the modern tools of digitization help there a lot. Yeah. And then digitization also helps on the last asset, which is supply chain integration, which might, for the one or other port, be more difficult because you have not integrated operators. Also here in Klaipėda, you have one linked to MSC, yeah, and one independent operator, and we always emphasize the independent operator also to understand what supply chain integration would mean for his clients. You don't need to be a subsidiary of a company to do the services to make a good supply chain integration, so you can do it also. So also both cases here in Klaipėda there, and I think we will see it coming, we will see it working.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope this panel brought some more international perspective to our conference. And now I would like to give the floor back to Simona and Tom.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
What an interesting end to this. You know, I have presented myself as the old school of the two of us, and she's the young school and the future. And I just want to say that my interest for shipping was turned on when I was very young. I was in school. I grew up in the countryside, Gjerdrum outside of Oslo. And I watched something called the Onedin Line on television. Has anybody seen the Onedin Line? You know the Onedin Line? Yes, exactly. It's an English series, beautiful. It's about a sail ship owner called James Onedin and all his troubles and the way he solves his troubles. But the opening sequence, the magic and music by Khachaturian, and the ship that you perhaps know, do you know what vessel it is? No, say. It's a sail ship called Statsraad Lehmkuhl. It's the biggest one in Norway, the biggest 3-mast bark in the world. It belongs in Bergen. Actually, my wedding was on that in 1989. This ship has been here in Klaipėda as well with tall ships race. So it's a functioning ship. It just did the one world sailing around the world. And it's amazing that this ship from 1914, built in Bremerhaven as Großherzog Friedrich, still can do that. But you know, that was my entry to shipping. And to see now what we are talking about, I've been working in this industry for 20 years. And my God, you know, I've been doing recruitment a lot of young people through the Maritime Strategy program in Norway. And the stories we told back in 2004, 5, 6 to students was a completely different story than you can tell today. And today, I can't understand why not any student should be attracted to this industry, which has all these interesting problems and challenges and all the solutions coming. And just like you guys in this panel, we are all optimists. We get up in the morning, we run to the office or drive or whatever we do because we have so many things to solve. What about you?
Well, this conference was very impressive. And what I can say about the blue economy, as you know, the economy of the future, as we discussed at the beginning, now I see that this is the economy of huge opportunities for every single one of us. So there are challenges, but as one of the panelists said, that there were always challenges in every field of any field that would come up, but we would find a solution to them. So I believe that we will find a solution for those challenges.
I think we can conclude that, just like we said about internet some years ago, we said that, well, internet has apparently come to stay. I think we can say that the blue economy has definitely come to stay.
Definitely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed these 2 days. Also, you guys online, if there's anyone left. I've learned a lot. And Simona, as always, or as for the second time, it's been a pleasure to work with you.
It was my pleasure to work with you too, Tom. It was very fun to work with you.
Yes.
I hope you had fun as well, as we enjoyed it, being on a stage here. And we have one more announcement to make.
Oh, yes, I know. I need my
the
old
ones,
school.
You know.
Do I need my old school again here?
You will need your old school for the later announcement, because now I have the announcement about the app. A little information before we leave. And actually, what we as organizers would like to ask you to help us improve this conference for the next year. If you could open the app and do the survey, that would be very, very helpful to have feedback what you liked, what you didn't like. Just be honest and help us be better next time. What is more to say that you have this event guide where you will find the photo gallery and presentations. Presentations will be uploaded there on Monday, or the presentations also will be sent out by email. And the app will be active until 17th of October. And you can still use the connections that you made there, so just use the opportunity till Tuesday, I believe, next week.
Before we do the last set of presentations, I just want to, can I have sound on this one? Is this sound? There are many people who have been working hard for this conference. But if I can pick one, it's you, Diana. Now, this is not in the script. This is the woman who will send me, hey, how are you doing? Messages, and then I know that something is coming. So, hey, Diana, how are you doing?
I'm still standing.
Well, you seem to be sitting to me, but are you happy about this? She's so confused now. She doesn't know whether she's standing or sitting. Do you sit well?
Yeah, I am.
Are you happy about the conference? Was it okay?
Yes, it was. And you never mentioned my team. There's a huge team behind me. And one of the most important people who's never seen, but who's done a tremendous job is Eva. Is Eva here?
Eva, are you here?
She's behind the scene.
Yeah, she's behind the scene. So the great team of Klaipėda, we talk about balance and gender equality. How many men do you have employed at Klaipėda?
One.
Where is he? Two. Okay, two. Anyway, Klaipėda, we love you and the rest of the organizers. Now we are going to do the organizers, okay, for the last time.
Yes, organizers, Klaipėda ID, Klaipėda State Seaport Authority, and the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Vilnius.
That's the organizers. Thank you so much to the organizers. And then we have the sponsors.
Ignitis, Klaipėda Free Economic Zone, Klaipėdos Nafta, and Norway Grants.
And then finally, last but not least, we have the partners. That's Lithuanian Maritime Cluster, Klaipėda Science and Technology Park, Klaipėda University, Association Klaipėda Region, Norwegian Lithuanian Chamber of Commerce in Vilnius, and the sister, which is part of me, Lithuanian Norwegian Chamber of Commerce in Oslo. And then last but not least, Shipping and Ocean Network in Oslo, which is one of my associations. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience and for your being here with us. Hope to see you again next year or something like that. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Thank you.
Ignitis Group is creating an energy-smart world, which is green, safe, empowering, and sustainable, with a clear commitment to the net zero emissions by 2050. Ignitis Renewables is at the core of this transformation by leading green generation breakthrough not only in Lithuania, but in the Baltics. Ambitious goals, innovative solutions, and motivating results empower us. We are moving ahead with the help of constantly growing innovators, talented creators, and top professionals in our different fields of expertise. people who are united in their values in search of meaningful impact on the world.
Turbūt žinojai, kad Norvegija, Islandija ir Lichtenšteinas nėra ES narės, bet su Lietuva ir kitomis Europos šalimis jos vis tiek aktyviai bendradarbiauja ir skiria nemenką paramą. Laikas sužinoti apie tai daugiau. Tiksliau sakant, šalys bendradarbiauja. Jos ne tik stiprina tarpusavio ryšius ir keičiasi patirtimi, bet kartu kuria bendrą Europos ateitį. Tikslų labai daug, bet svarbiausias padėti mažinti socialinę ir ekonominę nelygybę Lietuvoje. Paramą gauna Lietuvos institucijos, kurios rūpinasi sveikesnę aplinką, stiprina žmogaus teisių padėtį ar tobulina teikiamas paslaugas. Kartu su jomis dirba ir partneriai iš Norvegijos. Būtent šiame paramos etape lėšos skiriamos pilietinės visuomenės, teisingumo, sveikatos, aplinkos, kultūros, tyrimų, verslumo ir inovacijų bei deramo darbo sritims. Suma tikrai nemenka. Šiuo metu jis siekia 117 milijonų eurų. Juk esame europiečiai, todėl savo darbu galime padėti kurti žalią, konkurencingą ir teisingą Europą. Sužinok daugiau eeagrants.org.